There was a story passed down from my great-great-grandfather about his time on the Oregon Trail. Although the snakes and dysentery were common struggles amongst the pioneers, there was something far more terrifying than anything they could have imagined lurking in the plains of the Northeast. Creatures that would hunt the travelers and pick off family members, one by one throughout the night. Other wagon convoys would often pass by the destruction and carnage left in its wake. Most always because resources were scarce. The parties that did stumble upon the blood-covered land would loot the wagons and whatever clothing remained that they could find. As groups would inevitably cross paths and trade their goods, they'd also trade stories of a vile beast roaming the prairie. Skeptics would argue that it was the Native American tribes committing these acts against them, but some claimed that they'd seen the monster firsthand while traveling through the night. Whether the stories they told were nothing more than tall tales or based in reality, the tragedy that littered the trail was undeniable, and the families brave enough to pack up everything they had to go on this adventure were suddenly becoming more and more fearful of what was to come next. It was true that the pioneers had consistent run-ins with the Native American people. Most occasions were met passively. It was rare for them to engage with the wagon convoys. When skirmishes did happen, the natives were ruthless, and what they left in the brutal aftermath would be a mess of death in their own right. But it was a distinctively human mess. There would be discarded weapons, broken blades, and the wagon usually blackened by fire and missing its valuables. One of the most glaring differences being what condition the horses were left in. The natives either shot or stole whatever animal was at the front of the wagon. The beasts would consume them, either fully or partially, but always leaving the hooves and the horseshoes. Their bones would look crushed, as if bitten through with the strength far beyond the capabilities of a bear or a mountain lion. My great-great-grandmother, she was named Abigail, and she was just 5 when our family started their journey west. The immediate family she intended to travel with consisted of her mother, father, and her 2 older siblings, who both died on the day before they were set to leave. One of them was ran over by a horse, and the other was shot as they tried to defend their siblings' honor by stabbing the man who was riding the horse. The remaining 3 members would bury the 2 and depart before the sun came up the next morning. Abigail's dad, Amos, steered the wagon during the daytime, a male presence in the open to detour bandits. Then Livy, the mother, would stay up through the night and keep lookout. She could hold her own with a rifle, and during one of her nightly shifts on guard, she'd see something that she described starting out as a native woman. She rose up from the tall grass, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Livy stood up from the small fire burning next to the wagon. She called out to the woman with a hello while waving the rifle in the air. The native woman stayed unmoving, all but her hair that was pushed around by the wind, and following its dance like the grass that grew past her hips, she was practically a silhouette against the night sky. And as the wind continued to blow her hair around, clumps of it began to fall away. She let out an agonizing, piercing scream that makes Livy lower her rifle. She moved her feet into a shooting stance. She watched in horror as the woman's screams transformed into a sickening gargle. Strands of what was originally thought to be the woman's hair began to move independent of the natural flow of wind. What Livy saw was explained to me as if it had come from the woman's throat, out her mouth, described like roots from a tree growing upside down. But the roots were alive and moving, stretching up to taste the cold air. What Livy saw before her no longer resembled a human, and it scared her enough to fire a shot from her rifle. The round hits the creature square in the chest, and it fell backwards, into the tall grass, no longer gargling. The commotion had woken up Amos, and he was able to see the woman right before Livy pulled the trigger. Quickly grabbing a lantern from a hook inside the wagon, he ignited the oil and began panning the light over the tall blades of grass while standing on the wagon's front bench as Livy loaded another round into the rifle. She raised it again and put the wooden buttstock against her shoulder, and with the flint stock ready to fire while Amos continued to slowly move the lantern's glow across the land. While Abigail laid undisturbed, fast asleep, under an assortment of fabrics and animal hide, her parents were wide awake, just outside, prepared to meet any adversary that entered in their distance of illumination. From the back of the wagon, the family's 2 oxen started to make noise. Their bellies jingled aggressively, and the wooden bar that their ropes were looped to broke off the wagon, nearly tipping it over in the process. Amos and Livy watched as both of their oxen gallop in different directions into the darkness of the pasture. Without words, Livy takes off towards the back of the wagon. Amos, who's still on the wagon, turns and faces the lantern into the covered wagon. Before Livy's able to get all the way around, she hears Amos scream. 2 more long strides, and she's able to see why he's screaming. The native girl that Livy had previously shot was standing on the back of the wagon. She was facing the light that Amos was holding, shining at her. And that's when Livy was able to see the girl's features. The skin on the girl was discolored, hung loosely on her bones. Livy determined by her clothing that she was a native girl. Her eyes were open, but they were glazed in a fog. By all accounts, the girl looked deceased. Then, her jaw slowly opened, and her deep gurgling choke began again. Livy aimed the rifle, and as the first tentacle slid from the girl's lips, she fires. It takes off part of the girl's skull, but it doesn't fall or bleed. It was like her body was being used as a shell for something Livy and Amos couldn't see. It let out a hiss that sounds comparable to a fast-moving river. It's a burst of noise, and the creature turns its attention to Livy. Inside the wagon, Amos is terrified and does the dumbest, maybe smartest, quite possibly only thing he can do, which is to throw the oil lantern at the creature. The lantern explodes and fully engulfs the girl's body, sets the wagon top cover on fire. Livy runs to the wagon, desperately tries to untie the cover from the frame, as Amos fights through the fire to get Abigail. The creature jumps from the wagon and runs only a few yards before collapsing. The wagon was saved by Livy's quick actions, all except a cover, which they could purchase at the next junction. As the sun rose that morning, before continuing on, Amos located what was left of the girl's charcoaled remains, and it said that he did find the girl's body. It was completely blackened from the fire, unrecognizable of any features, besides being in the shape of a human. Amos noticed the head and the neck were missing, down to the curve of the body's shoulder blades. It revealed a hollow inside, the rib bones holding its skin like a tent, but no innards. It was believed that something was inside that poor dead native girl, controlling her, either as a shell or a lure. Then it crawled out when it could no longer use the corpse. Neither Amos or Livy spoke as they stood over that corpse. They never told the others in their convoy what happened either. But after that night, they noticed something strange. Stories of people disappearing, wagons left untouched, horses eaten. They stopped, as if whatever had been hunting them had moved on. Or maybe just moved somewhere else. The story's been passed down through generations in my family, always ending the same way. What Amos and Livy saw that night wasn't a person, and it wasn't just a creature. It was something else entirely. So my dad's a cop as well as my cousin, and they've both told me some pretty terrifying stories over the years. My dad also worked security at a haunted hotel before he became a cop, and we live on an Indian reservation where paranormal stuff seems to happen way more often than it should. I'll try to break these down into separate stories, but fair warning, some of this still freaks me out to this day. The woman at the Fairmont in Ottawa. Before he became a cop, my dad worked security at the Fairmont Chateau in Ottawa. If you don't know, the place is rumored to be haunted, and according to my dad, that rumor is 100% true. One night during his shift, he was doing rounds through a section of the hotel that was supposed to be empty. No guests, no staff, just dark hallways and locked rooms. It was around 3 a.m., of course it was, and he turned a corner. He saw a woman walking ahead of him. She was dressed in early 1900s attire, a long, flowing dress, walking at a steady pace away from him. At first, he assumed she was a lost guest. "Ma'am, this floor is off limits," he called out. No response. He picked up his pace, following after her, but just as he was about to reach her, she turned the corner. My dad immediately followed, but when he turned the corner, the hallway was empty. There was nowhere for her to have gone. No open doors, no stairwell, nothing. He searched the floor, checked every room, which were all still locked, and there was no sign of her. He swears that she vanished into thin air. The police station is definitely haunted. Now let's talk about the precinct my dad works at. According to him, 95% of the cops that work there believe it's haunted. The ones who don't, the rookies who haven't experienced it yet. The activity is pretty intense. Things move on their own. Cabinet doors swing open. Objects get shoved off desks. Chairs start spinning on their own. Doors slam shut with no one around. But the worst part, the shadow figure. Cops have seen a tall black mass with glowing red eyes standing at the end of hallways or at the bottom of stairwells. And it's not just the officers who see it. The criminals do too. They have security footage of people in the holding cells freaking out, staring at something just off camera, looking absolutely terrified. Some prisoners have refused to stay in their cells, claiming that something is in there with them. One guy told my dad, "This place is haunted, man." To which my dad just shrugged and said, "Yeah, it is." None of the cops like to be alone in the station anymore, because that's when the shadow figure likes to show itself. The demonic phone call. One of our close family friends had her own terrifying experience with whatever haunts the police station. She was at home when she got a call from a number she didn't recognize. When she looked at the screen, the number was 666 666 6666. She didn't answer. Just sat there staring at it, waiting for it to stop ringing. 5 minutes later, she got another call, this time from a friend of hers who's a cop. Her friend was panicked. "We need to do something about this thing. Let's smudge the precinct." At that point, she understood. Whatever was haunting the station knew that they were about to try to get rid of it. It was fighting back. The next day, they went to the police station to perform a cleansing ritual. They smudged the entire building, but the entity did not go quietly. It got angry. Doors slammed. The air was thick, making it hard to breathe. When they reached the holding cells, the lights went out. The sage kept trying to go out. And then, the shell holding the sage cracked in half. That's a bad sign. They knew they had to leave fast. They buried the shell outside, but the haunting never stopped. Later, they realized that they'd made a mistake. They didn't clear the building properly. They'd moved sporadically, instead of sweeping the spirit out through the front door. Now, the entity was stronger than ever. The thing in the woods. My cousin, who's also a cop, once saw something massive outside of the school in our town. The school's in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by dense forest. One night while patrolling, he saw two huge figures walking near the tree line. He swears they weren't human, covered in fur, walking upright, and moved silently into the woods. He tried to report it, but the other cops just laughed it off. No one believes him, but I think that they're just pretending they don't. The highway cryptid. Another time, my dad responded to a call about a guy sitting on the side of the road. It was near the highway that runs through our town. Turns out the guy was a long-distance cyclist who had just pulled over to rest. But when my dad got there, the cyclist looked terrified. He told my dad that earlier, while biking along Route 117 in Quebec, he had stopped at the top of a hill, saw something crossing the highway. It was huge, covered in fur, but walking on two legs. The cyclist froze. He didn't want it to see him. He just crouched down and watched it disappear into the woods. He refused to keep going for a full 30 minutes. He told my dad, "I don't know what I saw, but I know it wasn't human." The thing that knocks. One woman in our town kept calling the police 3 nights in a row. She swore someone was knocking on every window of her house. It happened all at once, like a group of kids was playing a prank. But whenever the cops got there, nothing. No footprints, no one in sight. On the 3rd night, her neighbor came over, pale as a ghost. He asked, "Is this about the knocking?" The cop said, "Yeah. Did you see something?" The neighbor nodded. He'd stepped outside for a cigarette and saw a black figure standing at the woman's window, knocking. And then it ran, but not like a person. It circled the house 4 times, knocking on every window, too fast for any human. And then it stopped. It turned toward the neighbor, ran across the street, and hid behind a tree. For a moment, everything was silent, and then it peeked out from behind the tree, looking right at him. Its eyes glowed yellow, like a cat's. And then it smiled. So yeah, that's just some of the weird stuff that's happened around here. We live on an Indian reservation, and honestly, I feel like we see way more paranormal shit than normal places. And I don't think it's stopping anytime soon. This happened when I was about 8 or 9. My mom was dating this guy at the time, kind of a jerk, but nothing out of the ordinary. One night he told me to go downstairs and grab him a glass of water. I didn't argue, I just got up and went. I got to the kitchen, still half asleep, and that's when I saw something. A black figure, standing at the sink. Not moving, not reacting, just standing there. I froze. My brain couldn't quite process what I was seeing. Was it a shadow? Trick of the light? But no, there was something there. I could make out the shape of a person. Then, panic kicked in. I turned and bolted back upstairs. My heart was pounding. I burst into my mom's room and I tried to explain, but her boyfriend just rolled his eyes, told me I was imagining things. "Go back to bed," he said, like I hadn't just seen something or someone in our kitchen. I didn't sleep much that night. For years, I told myself that it had to have been a shadow, my tired eyes playing tricks on me, some weird childhood fear that got blown out of proportion. But now, looking back as an adult, I'm about 99% sure that it wasn't a shadow. Some dude was just standing in my kitchen in the middle of the night, casually using our sink. I don't know what's scarier, the idea that I saw something paranormal, or the fact that in the rough neighborhood we lived in, it was probably just some guy. Having been a nurse for 30 years, I've seen some things that I'm unable to explain. I always tried to find a logical or scientific answer for anything out of the ordinary, but sometimes that wasn't possible. One day, one of the nurses in the post-open heart surgical ICU where I worked went to draw some medication from the Pyxis machine. A Pyxis machine is an automated medication dispenser. You put in your code, the names of all the patients on your unit appear on the screen. You choose yours, and then it displays their meds, and you take them out. Simple. Who's taking care of Florence? The nurse asked all of us. Who? We said. We don't have a patient named Florence. I didn't think so. Her name's in our machine. Pharmacy must have screwed up and put her in here instead of where she really is. She called the pharmacy and informed them of their error. What are you talking about? The pharmacist asked. We have the master machine and we enter all of the names in the entire hospital. I'm looking at your machine and there's no one named Florence in your machine. Well, I'm not crazy. I'm looking at her name right now. If you don't believe me, then come up here yourself, the nurse told him, annoyed. He did. He couldn't explain it. He called the Pyxis company technician. He came to the hospital and didn't know what to make of it either. He said it was impossible to have a name show up in one machine and not appear in the master machine. After a week, her name disappeared on its own. The pharmacy insisted that they hadn't removed it. A month later, it happened again. As before, her name didn't show up in the master, but it did in ours. It stayed there for a while and then disappeared. After a few months of this, we began to see a pattern. Florence would stay in our Pyxis until 3 people died. Then she'd disappear. It didn't even need to be our patients. Any deaths in the hospital would do. But it was always 3. It reached a point that someone would go to the Pyxis and gasp, "Ladies, hang on to your patients. Florence is back." We would look around nervously. Some of us would even have conversations with the ceiling. "Stay away from my patient, Florence. Go find someone else to take." We used to joke that Florence was a celestial bus driver with a need to fill her big black bus with the dead. Once she had all of her passengers on board, she would drive them to their final destination. Florence, bus driver to the stars. We would hear a code blue called in the hospital and wait a reasonable amount of time, then page the nursing supervisor. "Did the code on 5 West make it?" we would ask. "No." "How many does Florence have now?" Everyone knew about our ghost. "That makes 2. 1 more and she'll leave us for a while." We tried to find out who our ghost was. We checked our records, and we knew that she'd never passed through our ICU. We were at a loss as to why she was targeting us, so to speak. Finally, one of the secretaries got an idea. "Let's look in the death book," she said. The death book was a ledger book, one in which we would handwrite the name of every patient who died in our ICU or in the operating room. It was a huge book with hundreds of pages of names, but sure enough, we found Florence in the death book. She had died a week before her first appearance in our Pyxis. The reason that we couldn't find any record of her was because she had never made it to our ICU. She was meant to, but she died during surgery on the OR table. We figured that she was haunting us because she wanted to come into the ICU and never got the chance. After almost a year, we decided to send our ghost away. So how does one get rid of a ghost? Exorcism? Seance? No. We planned to do what any group of science-based, educated, rational people would do. Throw a ghost-going-away party. more specifically, a Go Towards the Light party. On the anniversary of her death, we borrowed a CPR mannequin from the education department. We put her in a hospital gown, sat her at the head of our table in the kitchen, and placed a sign around her neck that said, "Hi, my name is Florence." Just chillin' before her party. We printed a huge banner saying, "Bon voyage, Florence. Have a safe trip to the afterlife," and we strung it up in the break room. Everyone brought food and we had a potluck. Within an hour, word had spread all over the hospital that our crazy open-heart ICU nurses were having a party for a ghost. People came from other units just to see if it was true. Like ethereal spirits themselves, young doctors appeared out of thin air, sniffing the scent of our cooking and salivating over the table, groaning with food. Baby docs were always scrounging for a free meal. We heard you were having a party. Do you have any extra food that we could, they said, trying not to look so hungry and desperate. "Of course, there's plenty here," we told them as they loaded up their plates with baked ham, fried chicken, potato salad. They all ate hungrily and stared at the mannequin. "So, what's all that about?" they asked between bites. "That's Florence. She's our ghost. We threw her this going-away party so that she'll stop haunting us and gathering the souls of the dead to drive off in her bus," we told them, straight-faced. They glanced at each other warily. "Okay. Hey, is that key lime pie?" After our party, not a day went by that we didn't hold our breath when we accessed the Pyxis machine, searching for her name. She never reappeared. It seems all she wanted was a wake. Rest in peace, Florence. I had a paramedic supervisor back in the 90s who had 20 years in EMS, who had a reputation for being a tough guy with a big heart. He told us a story that raised the hair on the back of my neck one day that I'll never forget. In 1981, he was an EMT for a volunteer fire department in a New Hampshire farming community. In this town lived an elderly brother and sister along with an elderly cousin on a sprawling farm. They were very well liked by the townsfolk, and they would offer a plot of their farmland to anyone for asking, with one simple rule, that no matter what they grew, they had to donate a third of their yield to the area's local food banks. This was just one of the reasons they were so beloved. As they got older, Mary, the sister, became frail with osteoporosis and was admitted to a nursing home. John, her brother, was left to look after the farm. One day, the cousin who lived nearby was unable to reach John by phone and became concerned. He went to the farm, entered the house. He discovered John in an upstairs bedroom, unconscious, suffering from a stroke. He immediately called 911. Word of trouble at the farm spread quickly, and soon the siren was blaring, notifying volunteers in the town. The town's police and ambulance raced to the farm. An ambulance from an adjoining community was also dispatched. My boss was one of the EMTs responding and was familiar with this family. When he arrived, he said he walked into the house and was told to hurry as CPR was underway. As he entered the front hall, on his left was a sitting room, and in the room he noticed an elderly woman sitting in a rocking chair, smiling back at him. He thought how happy and peaceful she looked, and was a bit odd given what was going on. He then recognized her. It was Mary, the man's sister. They got John to the ambulance and transported him to the hospital, where he was pronounced dead on arrival. As my boss was filling out his report at the nurse's station, he made a comment to one of the staff, saying how sad it was that Mary was finally well enough to go home, and then John would die like that. The staff member gave him a strange look, asked what he was talking about. My boss said how great Mary looked at the house. He was then informed that Mary passed away the day before at the nursing home and couldn't have possibly been at the farm. Thinking he mistook someone else for Mary, he asked around about who the female was at the house. There were no females during the call. All the responders were male. He then described what she was wearing, including an oversized set of pearls and a pink flowered dress. The dress was Mary's favorite. He had no doubt that the pleasant elderly woman who gave him a warm smile was indeed Mary. 2 days later, my boss and his then-girlfriend decided to attend the wake for John and Mary, a double wake and funeral, as Mary was the girlfriend's grade school teacher. As my boss walked into the funeral, he gazed over at the coffin holding Mary, and he nearly fainted. Mary was wearing her favorite pink dress with an oversized pearl necklace, exactly as she wore 2 days earlier at the farm. I, along with several other people that I've worked with, have had unexplained experiences. One in particular sticks in my mind. One afternoon, we had an old couple in a nicer neighborhood die. It was a murder-suicide. The husband had terminal cancer, and the wife was bad off with dementia. He laid her down on some plastic in the living room and shot her and then himself. He left a note, but it was kind of rambling and hard to make anything out of it. Several months and a cleanup later, a young couple bought the house at a really cheap price. It had sat on the market for about 9 months, so they came in low and got the house. About 3 weeks later, the wife called in the middle of the night, saying that someone was in the house upstairs. We all show up, clear the house, and find nothing. Both parents and both children all said the same story. They saw a dark figure walk from the hallway into a room. The same thing happened every night for the rest of the week. It got to the point where the entire family wouldn't go upstairs, and the lights stayed on 24/7. Eventually, the family got tired of living in fear, so they went to stay with the family for a bit. They asked that we keep an eye on the house, which in all honesty, we'd already been doing because who wouldn't want to see a ghost, right? They gave us access to their house, permission to enter if necessary. Late one night, I was driving by, hopped out of my car to check on things, when I saw someone walk by the upstairs window, and then the light in that room turned off. I called up my partner, and we made entry into the house. The feeling inside was awful. You knew something wasn't right. The air just felt depressed. Kind of like the feeling you get at a funeral home, but times 10. We searched downstairs and made sure that nobody could come in or out. We weren't real happy about going upstairs, but it was our job, so we did it. Let me tell you, upstairs felt disgusting and oppressive. Imagine how it feels when you're in a swimming pool. You try to run or move quickly through the water, but it's really restrictive, so you can't. That's the best way to describe the feeling. All of a sudden, the same room whose light I saw turn off, turned back on. Creepy. We went into the room and nothing. As a matter of fact, not a single person was in the whole house. This was years before body cameras were a thing, so a lot of us made it a common practice to carry pocket-sized digital recorders in our pockets to protect ourselves and offer as evidence should we need to. On reviewing our recording, we could hear talking that wasn't either my partner or I. Our voices were easily discernible, and the other voice definitely wasn't ours. Nor was it really loud enough or clear enough to make out what it was saying, but it was obvious that it was there. It would have been like if someone was in another room talking, and you could pick up the conversation, but couldn't make out the words. Neither of us heard the talking when we were there in person. Made your hair stand on end, gave you chills to hear it. To this day, it vividly stands out in my mind, even though that was very early on in my career. I've always had this thing about trusting my gut. My mom used to tell me, your instincts will protect you when nothing else can. I never really thought much about it until the night at Hannah's sleepover. There were 5 of us, all friends from school, crammed into her living room with sleeping bags, snacks, and movies. The night was going great until around midnight. Hannah pulled out some old dusty Ouija board from under her couch. The second I saw it, my stomach dropped. Everyone else squealed with excitement, but I just sat there, frozen. I don't know why, but I immediately felt uneasy. Something about that board didn't sit right with me. "Come on, it'll be fun," Hannah said, setting the board down on a coffee table. "Don't be such a baby." I forced a smile, but my gut was screaming at me. Don't do it. Just don't. "I think I'll sit this one out," I mumbled, pretending to be more interested in my phone. The girls laughed, teasing me about being scared, but I didn't care. I was kind of used to it, and something inside me told me to stay as far away from that board as possible. So I stayed on the couch while they huddled around the board, giggling as they placed their fingers on the planchette. They asked typical questions. "Is anyone here with us? What's your name?" And for a while, nothing happened. But then, the planchette began to move. Slowly at first, just a slight shift. But then it started sliding across the board, spelling out words that none of them could explain. I watched from the couch. I was freaked out. The air in the room felt heavy and thick, and the girls' laughter had faded, replaced by nervous whispers. "What's it saying?" someone asked. Her voice was shaky. The board spelled out, "Go away." Suddenly, the room felt colder, and the lights flickered. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, and I looked at all of the girls to see what their reaction was. The other girls all looked at each other, wide-eyed. But instead of stopping, they kept going, pushing the board for more answers. "Who are you?" Hannah asked. The planchette moved again, faster this time. It spelled out a name, Eli. None of us knew anyone by that name. Then, without warning, the lights went out completely. This caused everyone to scream. I jumped off the couch. My heart was racing now, but I couldn't see anything. There was a strange noise like scratching coming from the walls. It felt like the room itself was closing in. The lights flickered back on, and when they did, all the girls were pale, their hands still on the board. Hannah was crying, and the planchette was spinning in circles, moving so fast I thought it might fly off the board. "I think we should stop," one of the girls whispered. They all pulled their hands away at once, and the board went still. No one said a word for what felt like forever. The room felt wrong, like something had changed. The air was thick with tension, and I could feel that lingering presence of something that I couldn't see. I didn't sleep at all that night. Neither did anyone else. In the morning, everyone packed up their things in silence, and quickly too shaken to talk about what had happened. A few days later, I found out that Hannah had been having nightmares ever since that night. Dreams about a man standing at the foot of her bed, watching her. Another girl said that she kept hearing scratches at her window, even though nothing was there when she looked. Me, I never experienced anything. Not a single nightmare, not a single strange sound. It was like I'd been spared. I think about that night sometimes, how close I came to joining them just to avoid their ridicule. I don't know what they encountered, but I know one thing for sure. I was lucky. Lucky I trusted my gut. Lucky I didn't let peer pressure pull me in. Whatever they let in that night, I'm just grateful it never came for me. I'm 18 and just finished my senior year. A lumber company recently bought some land behind my house and clear-cut the woods. When they left, we discovered an old cemetery about a half-mile back. There's maybe a dozen graves, the most recent being from 1864. The headstones were all faded and covered with overgrowth to the point that most of them were unreadable. Since I wasn't busy with school, I decided to clean them off and get a few tips from YouTube. Apparently, there's entire channels dedicated to people restoring random old tombstones. Go figure. My friend and girlfriend came to help on the last day. We didn't get out there until late afternoon, so we were just finishing the last two as the sun was going down. While we were packing up, Leela screamed because she saw a dark silhouette moving between the graves. We shined our flashlights all over the area, but nothing was there. And then as we were driving away, we all saw someone run behind the gravestone and disappear. They just never came out on the other side, and it wasn't very big. A person shouldn't have been able to hide behind it. Leela was too freaked out to return, but Dylan and I went back the next day to look around. We both tried to hide behind the same grave, but it wasn't big enough to cover either of us. And Dylan is pretty small. The figure that we saw was definitely my size or bigger. Even if someone laid flat, we should still be able to see them. I had to know if it was a ghost or a trespasser, so we went back again the next night, sat in the truck with the lights off. The moon gave us just enough light to make out our surroundings, and we brought a spotlight just in case. I'm sure ghost hunting is fun when you're walking around a huge cemetery or an abandoned psych ward, but when you're just waiting in a truck, it's pretty dull. About 30 minutes in, we were both ready to leave, but we agreed to stay at least an hour for science. That's when Dylan decided he couldn't wait to pee, and he stepped out. I told him, do not piss near the graves. It's like the first rule of graveyards. I wanted to see a ghost, not piss one off. I shouldn't have said anything, because that just gave Dylan the idea to expedite the hunt. He walked right up to the big headstone and did his business all over the front of it. Then he stumbled forward, screamed for the light, and began turning in circles like he was looking for someone. I got the light on him, but there was nothing else around. When he came back to the truck, he was pale and shaking. I've known Dylan since kindergarten, and he's the worst liar I've ever met. There's no way that he put on an act that convincing. He said someone pushed him from behind, but it stung. I looked at his back, and there were faint red scratch marks right in the middle of his shoulder blades. He was never out of my sight. Nobody was behind him, at least no one that we could see. He wanted to leave right then, but I convinced him to stay for an extra half hour. I mean, that's what we came for, isn't it? A few minutes later, we started to hear a noise, like someone was tapping their fingers on the side of the truck. I got the light, but as soon as I turned it toward the sound, it stopped. Nothing was there. I turned it off again, but the tapping never resumed, and Dylan wasn't willing to stay a single extra minute past the deadline. I turned on the high beams and started to reverse out of there, but when I looked into the rearview mirror, it was my turn to scream. There was a man in my back seat. He was dressed like an Amish person. There was no skin to the left side of his face. Suddenly, ghost hunting was no longer a sport I wanted to participate in. I jumped out of the truck, shined my flashlight into the back seat, but it was empty. Dylan saw nothing, but he screamed and got out too. Once I explained, we had a short debate over whether it was the best idea to drive back or walk, but walking through the dark fields seemed worse. After an extremely thorough inspection,
I drove us back without glancing into the mirrors. We haven't been back to that graveyard, but I think that ghost guy followed Dylan home. He's had things in his room fall off shelves. His keys get moved, and he's seen someone walk past his door while being home alone. This week, when I saw him, he had more scratches on his back. He doesn't remember getting them, just that they were there when he woke up. I know this makes me sound horrible, but part of me's just so relieved that nothing followed me home. I mean, to be fair, I told him not to piss on the graves.
I've never really had a scary encounter with anything paranormal, but I was friends with the ghosts at my parents' grocery store. We lived in a small town. It's pretty generous to call that tiny building a grocery store, but we loved it. My parents have since upgraded, but I'll always have a special fondness for that building. When I was 14, my parents often had me restock the shelves after closing. My dad always joked about having a ghost, but I never took him seriously. Then one day, I was on a stepladder and accidentally bumped my cart, sending it rolling just out of my reach. I jokingly said, "Hey, if there's a ghost in here, can you push that back over?" The cart had been completely still when I said that, but then it slowly inched back, gently bumping the ladder. I couldn't believe it, like that wasn't really a ghost, right? But I said thanks anyway. When it was time to move the ladder down, I left the cart where it was and asked the ghost to push it again. Just like before, it rolled to me, nice and easy. I did the same thing with the rest of the inventory and talked to the ghost while I worked. I told it my name, who my friends were, stuff that was going on at school. When I was finished restocking, I grabbed a can of raviolis and laid it on the floor. The plan was to ask the ghost questions, have it roll the can forward for yes or backwards for no. Unfortunately, it didn't move that night, but it worked a few weeks later. Maybe she was still getting to know me. She didn't answer many questions in a single night, but this was a 2-year relationship. I eventually learned that she was 12 years old, had died in a car accident right outside our store. The rest of her family survived. It happened sometime in the 70s. I once asked if she liked my family because we reminded her of her own, and she said yes. She also had a brother, so maybe I reminded her of him. I never saw her appear in physical form, but there were a few times I thought I heard her call my name. Then, when my grandmother passed away, I swear I felt her squeeze my shoulder while I was crying. When I eventually had to tell her my parents bought a bigger building, several cans went flying off the shelf. It was the only time I'd ever seen her angry. Hell, I was angry too. I asked if she could come with us, but she said no. Whether she really couldn't or just didn't want to, I'll never know. I tried going to see her in the years before I graduated, but she didn't communicate with me anymore. Once I moved away for college, I tried to put it behind me, but now it's more than 15 years later, and I still think often about her. I hope she made new friends over the years. A little backstory. I was staying a couple of nights with my biological dad, who I'd never visited before until semi-recently. Never seen his house, never seen him in person before, yada yada. He lives out in the Texas Hill Country, at least 2.5 hours from literally anything except trees. When we get to his house, it's creepy in that way that empty houses are, nothing special. His wife and kids had left and he was getting ready to sell the place. I spent 2 nights on the couch, which faces the TV. The TV gives off a reflection of the back of the room, which includes the kitchen and an open bar, no doors. You can see pretty much the entire kitchen in the TV if the light's out. The first night I fell asleep almost immediately after arriving, so whatever was in that house was probably ticked off that it didn't get to do any spooky ghost stuff that night. The second was when weird stuff started happening. Just sounds, but the kind of sounds that you hear when someone's walking around doing things. Everyone else was outside. I knew that for a fact. I could see them out on the porch. No one was in the house with me. I heard splashing, like someone was using the sink. I thought that the cat might be playing in its water bowl or something. I heard footsteps, no, boot steps in the kitchen. At this point, I was like, okay, this is ghost stuff. I heard crinkling chip bags, ghost-like potato chips, I guess. The rest of the night was whispers, breathing, distant gunfire. Not actual gunfire, just faint, barely there artillery fire. I feel like it's worth noting that I'm a really, really calm person. This stuff is creepy, but I'm tired. I just finished watching Lost Boys. It's late. I tell whatever it is to leave me alone. And then I go to sleep. The next morning, the cat is acting weird. Biological dad even mentions that she usually doesn't act this way. Examples. Keeps getting all prickly and weird and skittish at absolutely nothing. I ignore this, having slept like crap, and I sit down in front of the switched-off TV to stare into space for a while. So again, both my mom and biological dad are out on the porch, talking because this is Texas. And I shit you not, I look into the reflection of the kitchen, and I see a straight-up horror movie shadowy outline of a person just hanging out, walking around the kitchen like they're getting ready for their day. And I hear the tinkering of a spoon in a coffee cup. This ghost is straight up making ghost coffee. I look behind me at the kitchen and nobody's there. I look back at the reflection and there it is, still moving around casually. Suddenly it stops. I get the feeling that it's realized it's being watched. So I give a little wave into the reflection of the TV. Friendly enough. Hey, dead guy, I see you. What's up? It immediately starts making a beeline toward the couch where I'm sitting, and I get the hell out of there ASAP. But yeah, I saw a ghost make coffee once. I moved back into my house after having my ex legally evicted. He left the house trashed, literal piles of trash, holes in the wall, carpet beyond repair. Was working full-time and came home and cleaned for hours every night. Lying in bed, no other human being in the house. I heard 5 footsteps coming down the hall. Over the course of a few weeks, I additionally heard keys dropping on the counter, and then his recliner kicked back. There was no recliner in the house. My dog and cat heard it too. The cat would hide. The dog would give one low growl. We heard this over the course of weeks, once or twice a week. It always stopped with the sound of the recliner. And then it got worse. I fully believe that people can see and hear imaginary things due to stress, being tired, whatever. But I don't believe that that's true for dogs and cats. I'm in bed. Footsteps, keys, recliner. Then, the water in the master bathroom started running. My cat flew under the bed. My dog went into full war dog mode. Every hair on her body was up. She stood on the bed, barking, growling, licking her lips. She was ready to eat whoever was in the bathroom. Then the water stopped. The house was silent. That big, thick, heavy silence. Ears straining for any sound. I stayed still, frozen, waiting for someone to come out, but no one ever did. Eventually, my dog laid down, but kept staring at the bathroom door. There was no way that I could sleep. I psyched myself up and opened the door. No one was in there. I touched the sink and it was dry. There's no part of that event that could possibly happen. No way did I imagine the sounds because my cat and dog heard it too. There's no way the sink could be dry because we heard the water running. There's just no way. There is no way. It still blows my mind. None of it should have happened. But it did. When I was about 16 or 17, I lived near some woods. They were a convenient shortcut to college, so I often walked through them, day or night, without ever feeling unsafe. But one night, that changed. I was walking home from the local pub, decided to take my usual shortcut through the woods. I strolled along, feeling relaxed, not bothered by the darkness around me at all. As I reached the end of the trail, I noticed a woman sitting alone on a bench. I nodded to her as I passed and said, "Good evening." And she slowly lifted her head, gave me a quiet smile, and replied, "And a very good evening to you." And then she started laughing, a strange, eerie laugh. I shrugged it off, assuming that she was just a bit odd, and I continued home. When I got in, both my parents were already in bed. I quietly made myself a cup of tea and sat down to watch some TV, trying to shake off the odd encounter. As I was sitting there, I suddenly looked up and froze. Through the front window, I saw the same woman standing outside, staring right at me. I jumped up, nearly spilling my tea. My heart was literally pounding as I rushed to the front door, flung it open, and shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" But she just stood there, silent, still staring. "Get out of here," I shouted. She finally turned around and walked away, heading back towards the road in the direction of the woods. I watched until she disappeared, and then I locked the door and went to bed, feeling unnerved. The next morning, I went downstairs and found my parents and sister having breakfast. I started telling them about the creepy night, explaining how the woman had followed me from the woods. But then my sister looked at me and said, "Are you serious? I heard you shouting last night, so I looked out my window. You were alone. There was no one there." "Rubbish. She was right outside the window." "Nope," my sister insisted. "I watched the whole time. It was just you, yelling at nothing." Since that night, I've avoided the woods. I never saw her again, and honestly, I don't want to. It was the summer. I was 24, about to cross that invisible line into 25, and life had that wide open feel. I was working a seasonal job in Gardner, Montana, just outside the north gate of Yellowstone. The town was small and sleepy, nestled between rugged mountains and that endless sky. Tourists came and went, eager to experience the wild beauty of the park, but for me, it was just where I slept, ate, and worked. I'd rented a modest cabin for the season, rustic, nothing fancy, but it had its charms. At least that's what I thought at first. I remember that night vividly. The air was thick with the smell of pine as usual, but there was a faint sulfur smell, presumably from Yellowstone's geothermal springs, a smell that you never quite got used to, a smell that wasn't usually this strong. Normally the sound of wind pushing through the trees and creaking the cabin was comforting, natural, but something about it felt wrong that night. The wind felt heavier, and I woke up suddenly, though I couldn't remember hearing any noises that could have disturbed me. My heart was pounding in my chest, as if I'd sprinted a mile. I blinked, trying to make sense of the dim room around me, and then I saw something. At first I thought that I was still dreaming, an old woman, floating above my bed. She wasn't standing. She wasn't even hovering like you might picture a ghost would. Her body was stretched horizontally, parallel to mine, suspended mid-air. My mind struggled to process what I was seeing. It wasn't possible. And yet there she was, maybe 2 feet above me, her face pale, gaunt, and framed by thin, wispy hair that floated as if she was in water. I found that I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. My body felt paralyzed, though I'm not sure if it was fear or something else keeping me still. Her eyes, they were the worst part. They were open, wide, staring directly into mine, dark and empty, but not blind. No, she was looking at me, seeing me. I wanted to scream, to close my eyes, to wake up and shake this nightmare away, but I couldn't. Time stretched out. Seconds felt like hours. And she just floated there, silent, watching. I could hear my breath shallow and rapid. It was the only sound in the room. For a moment, I thought I saw her lips twitch, like she was going to speak, but nothing came out. I didn't want to know what she had to say. I just wanted her to leave, to disappear, but she stayed. And then she disappeared. Slowly, she began to drift backwards. Her body receded into the far corner of the room, her form becoming more indistinct, like smoke dissolving into the air. But those eyes, those cold, dark eyes, never left mine, not until she vanished entirely. I lay there for what felt like hours, my body still frozen in place, and my mind racing, trying to rationalize what had just happened. Sleep paralysis, maybe. A waking dream. That had to be it. But deep down, I knew better. There was something else. Something I couldn't explain away so easily. The next morning, I tried to brush it off, but the memory clung to me. It was heavy and unsettling. I avoided looking at the corner of the room where she had disappeared. Something about that space felt different now, darker. I packed my things and spent the rest of the season sleeping with the light on. It didn't help. It's been over 15 years since that night, and I still think about it, constantly. I never told anyone, not really. How could I? It sounded insane. But no matter how many times I replay it in my mind, I can't shake the feeling that it wasn't a dream, that she was real in her own way, and that she wasn't just there by accident. Gardner is a strange place, perched on the edge of something wild and ancient. The locals talk about spirits, about the land being haunted by things older than we can understand. Maybe she was one of them, drawn to me for reasons I don't know. But whatever she was, wherever she came from, she left her mark, and I'll never forget her face. You know how sometimes the day just gets away from you? Time passes like both molasses and the speed of light. There's times where so many things happen in a day, it's hard to remember any of it outside of a chaotic blur. Even if I think I have stored something away in the remember to tell someone about this bank, a slew of meetings, several phone calls later, I've lost it. Many a story is likely lost this way. I'm only saying this because I just came to that epiphany when I remembered something crazy weird that happened to me yesterday. I'd even forgot to tell my wife about it because I'd gathered too many other stories about my day that took up the conversation. Yesterday, I'm standing in the elevator alone at work. It's the middle of the day. I felt an ice-cold hand grasp around my wrist. It wasn't like a scary grasp. Almost like a child was grabbing my arm and then quickly pulled away. When I felt it, I didn't think to recoil away. My first thought was, there's definitely nobody else in this elevator with me. That was weird. I didn't even bother turning around. Just accepted what had happened as a bit creepy. Then I got off on my floor and went straight to my desk. And that was that. Does this story bring up any, oh yeah, I forgot that happened, little repressions for anyone else? Or is it just me? When a coworker of mine, who we'll call Ari, had died, I went to her funeral in Redding, California. We worked at the market down next to the post office on the Ave. The whole atmosphere of the funeral was kind of sad. which I guess is to be expected, but not only because Ari had died, but because not a lot of people had showed up. It was just me and a couple of other coworkers. For my story, I've changed her name to Ari because God rest her soul. I understand why only a few people came to pay their respects on her final resting day. Well, I'm surprised a couple of these people didn't spit on her casket as they were wheeling her down. To put it lightly, Ari was a mean old bitch. Example, a few members of the community church, two nice gentlemen, walk in and invite us to a Mother's Day dinner. They'd be hosting it that weekend. They hand Ari and I pamphlets with the event information. I said thank you. Ari took the paper and put her cigarette out on it. Then she puts the back of her hand up to her forehead with the devil horns up, saying, "Hex on you, hex on you," over and over, while laughing in between. I was so embarrassed standing next to her. The two men stood there for a long moment, watching Ari make a fool out of herself, before thanking us for our time and exiting. When they left, she just laughed and laughed. She had almost a senile old lady vibe about her, with clear intentions, if that makes sense. And she really liked to put hexes on people. She told me that she was a witch and had practiced black magic. Every time someone would piss her off, she'd throw up the devil horns and start hexing them. Men, women, children, she didn't care. If you pissed Ari off, you got hexed and hissed at. How did Ari not get fired? Well, her equally batshit crazy husband owned the market. I'd never met him in person. But Ari, she was there every day until closing. A girl who started a year after me was also at the funeral. We were all smoking a bowl outside the gates and sharing funny stories. This girl says she has one, but it's not very funny. The girl goes on to share that on her first night working with Ari, a cop had pulled in to grab something, asked if they had a bathroom that he could use. Ari slowly lifts her hand like she's gonna point, then quickly puts the devil sign in front of her forehead and starts hissing at him. The new girl had to point out the restrooms and then ring the officer up while they both tried to ignore her hissing and hexing him. When he returned to his patrol car, he pulled out onto Eureka. His car gets demolished by a semi going over the speed limit. The girl, Becca, tells Ari to call 911, runs out the doors towards the accident. The truck driver is unconscious behind the wheel. In front of his truck are trees, wooden telephone poles, and a moon-shaped cop cruiser. It was a gruesome sight, and the cop was visibly too far gone for any CPR to help. The truck driver is still alive, though, covered in blood and glass. Becca tries to shake him to wake him up, but he only groans. She can sense the passing of time and starts to wonder, why aren't the ambulance or any other response vehicles here yet? She decides she's got to get something to stop the bleeding, so she runs back to the market, gets some medical supplies from the shelves. When she gets back, she asks Ari how long is the ambulance going to be. She tells Becca that she never made the call. Becca starts freaking out, scrambles for the phone to make the call herself. After she hangs up, she runs back out to the accident. But by the time she's returned, the truckers died. Within minutes, ambulances and fire trucks arrive at the scene to help. I'm pretty shocked. This seemed crazy, even for Ari. I asked Becca why she came to the funeral. She said she wasn't even planning on coming, but she knew that I'd be there, hoping I could sell her some weed. The other two coworkers rode with Becca. I'm sure they just planned on smoking with her. Nobody was really at the funeral for Ari besides me. Ari was old and mean, but she'd also shown me some, if only a glimmer, of humor and kindness the longer we worked together. I don't know. She deserved to have no one at her funeral, but a little backstory on a very haunted house. I live in an old home built in 1917. Been here since 2012. when we moved from a house that was certainly haunted. But anyways, I lived here with my dad and my mom until she tragically passed away in October of 2020. So about a year ago, as if out of the blue, I get a frantic call from my mom telling me of a demon in the house at around 4 a.m. in the morning. And she's saying that she called my dad to come home from work right then and there. He's a firefighter, so he works 24-hour shifts. She told him to come home because she was so frightened. I won't go into too deep of detail on her story because so many events have occurred. But basically, something that took the form of my father was pacing around upstairs and outside her door. It imitated his voice, spoke of killing that bitch, and actually roared at her from outside of her door. Those were her exact words. This is what she recalled to us, but in my mind, I didn't want to believe it and half-heartedly shrugged it off as sleepless paranoia or something. Well, she passed due to suicide in October, but wasn't suicidal to our knowledge. And the day before, she texts my dad something along the lines of, "I'm moving out of the house tomorrow. The house is haunted." The next day, she is dead. In the following months, I moved back in with my dad to the home, since I didn't want him alone in the house where his wife, my mom, just tragically passed away. In the months following, I've had terrifying experiences nearly every night. Footsteps pacing up and down the stairs, almost always starting around 3 a.m. We have a burglar bar on the door, so nobody can even get past the door to come upstairs. But it's nonstop and very loud. I had gotten so shaken up and was almost certain somebody was inside and upstairs that I barricaded the door with a mini fridge and I kept a rifle next to me. I hear running around a lot, things being thrown around, etc. Well, last week, it intensified a bit as I was in my parents' room, where a lot of this stuff has been heard or has originated. They have a closet, and the door doesn't exactly latch as the frame and the door don't exactly fit. And it's very stiff. When it's closed, you nearly have to give it a rough pull to open it. Well, the entirety of the previous night, I was hearing the same walking up and down the stairs, and I was basically sitting up in bed, saying prayers from 3 a.m. onwards. It's now 9:30 a.m., and I'm laying in bed. I have my head under the covers and the TV playing. All of a sudden, I hear a large bang in the room. My heart stopped, and I pulled my head from under the covers, and bam, the closet door is wide open and still moving from the force of it being opened. My mouth dropped, and after 15 seconds of sitting there going, "What the fuck?" I got the courage to jump up, and I ran outside from shock. Weird event. Well, today I got home around 11 p.m., and nobody was home. My dad had quadruple bypass from a sudden heart attack a week prior, but he was not home at the moment. I go upstairs to his room, and his closet door is wide open. I'm like, hell no, and shut it, and pushed it in real tight. I turn my back, not even 3 seconds pass, and boom, it flies open so hard that it nearly shuts from the force of being swung back. I start rebuking any spirits and praying, calling a friend, grabbing my cross, etc. Then, I'm downstairs, still shook up about the fact, and laying on the couch, trying to forget about the whole thing, and it's nearing 3 a.m. This is when I hear the loudest, angriest stomps I have ever heard, coming from upstairs. It was extremely loud, like somebody was pissed off and stomping off to start a fight. I jumped off the couch, looked on the porch in case maybe it was my dad coming home or something of the sort. I look, and nothing. There is not a soul. At this point, I know for an absolute fact these stomps occurred upstairs, near where the door had swung open. I instantly started to panic and was shaking badly. I grabbed my most important things like my charger and shoes and literally fled the house as fast as I possibly could. I was shaken so badly that as I backed out of the house, the brakes were pumping due to my leg going out of control. I fell into tears due to how frightening this was. There is a dark and malevolent energy in my home, and I'm scared to be in the house after dark at this point. This just occurred about exactly an hour ago. Just wanted to share a piece of my story for anyone who's interested. Ghosts in the afterlife are a very real thing and very terrifying at that. I'm not sure what to do besides sell the house at this point. I feel it's responsible, at least partially, for my mom's sudden suicide. Thanks for listening. This is a memory my sister and I have from when we were kids. We both remember it exactly the same. We were walking down the hallway towards our bedroom when we saw a strange figure at the end of the hall, just outside our room. It was your stereotypical, almost transparent figure under a bedsheet type of thing. No feet, just hovering. Only it wasn't pure white. It had more of a greenish-blue glow to it. We stood frozen, and we waited for it to move. We knew that our parents were in the living room, just behind us, to our right. It started to glide forward, but before it got far, we'd forced our legs to make us move in the direction of our parents, and we ran without looking back. Our parents consoled us and went to examine the hallway themselves. They saw nothing. But what did we see? Whatever it was, we never saw it again. This happened a few months back. I was home alone and just chilling in my room. My dogs often like to lay with me, and this particular day they were doing just that. My parents were at work, Dad in another city, Mom at the school that she worked at. My siblings were at school, so I know for sure no one was home. So I'm just doing my homework and I hear a couple of knocks at my door. My dogs immediately look up and stare silently toward the door. Maybe my brother was just home. I call out his name, and then I open the door when I don't hear anything. Well, you guessed it. There was no one there. Odd. The thing is, if it was a random person who just happened to break into my house, my dogs would have gone berserk. They are weirdly keen at only barking at strangers indoors. Besides, I never hear any footsteps. I double-check the time and notice it's only 10 a.m. Unless my siblings or Mom got sick, there's no way they were coming home at this time. I was later assured that no such thing happened. No one had come home. I've had a couple of odd occurrences in the home, such as things going missing and being replaced in the exact spot that you looked, only hours later. Our house was brand new when we got it and was only built on empty farmland. I used to dabble in the occult as a middle schooler, so maybe that's why. If you're into true crime shows or channels, you've probably heard this story before, or at least the main details. I've seen it covered in several myself. Here's some context. This happened 11 years ago. I had just turned 18 and moved to Orange County, California. I moved into an apartment complex near the community college I was attending, so a bunch of younger people around my age lived there. I didn't know a single person in California, so I would take any opportunity to socialize and meet new people. A big gathering place at the complex was at the main pool, where people would drink and relax in the sun. Over the first few months, I would meet a bunch of people while hanging out at the pool. I never got super close to any of them, but I would see these same people several days a week. We would often go back to each other's apartments after the pool to drink or smoke some more. It was a really mellow and fun environment. 3 people I would see all of the time were Sarah, Mike, and John. One day after hanging out at the pool, Sarah, my girlfriend, and I went back to my apartment. The 3 of us smoked and Sarah went back home. Regular day. The next day, we were at the pool, and there was a few of the usual people missing, but still a solid 10 people, so we didn't really notice. We go home later that night, and my girlfriend gets a call from one of our friends. My girlfriend playfully answers her phone, and the expression on her face starts to change. She's just listening, and her eyes get super wide. She says, "What the fuck? Are you fucking serious?" And hangs up the phone. I'm super confused, so I ask her, "What? What happened?" She says, "Dude, the police just found Sarah dead in Mike's apartment, and Mike is nowhere to be found." What the fuck? It was insane. I asked her if he said anything else, but she told me he was really hard to understand. We went to bed, and we met up with the usual crowd at the pool the next day, which included John and his fiancée. We're all talking about how unbelievable this is. Sarah was the epitome of sweet, and Mike was easily one of the kindest people I'd ever met. He was one of the first people I met when I moved. He gave my underage ass some beer and told me stories. These were both good people. It didn't make any sense. We all kind of started speculating and just tried to make sense of it. Nobody could get a hold of Mike. We all start to worry if he's safe. Somebody suggests that Mike probably killed Sarah, panicked, and ran. That was a hard pill to swallow for most of us, but it was the only thing that kind of made sense. John shook his head and said, "Man, just awful." We all dispersed and went home. It would be the last time I would see most of those people. Fast forward a month or two. I was hanging out in my apartment one evening when my girlfriend calls me frantically. "Please come to my friend's apartment. You are not going to believe this shit. This is the most fucked up shit I've ever experienced," she said. I rushed over to the apartment where my girlfriend was. She was with 2 friends that we knew from the pool. One of them was crying hysterically, while the other sat with him. My girlfriend motioned for me to go outside, and the other friend stayed back to keep consoling the other. Once we were out of earshot, she told me why her friend was crying so intensely. Her friend had just gotten back from being with the police. He was asked to identify pieces of a dismembered body that were found in the sewer. He was crying because he positively identified the body parts as Mike's. How did the police know they were there? They knew because John told them that he did it. Turns out John was, and still is, a broke piece of shit. This bastard was engaged and didn't have enough money for his own wedding. Being a goddamn smart person, Mike had a bunch of money saved up. John found out about it and decided to kill Mike and steal his money. John was an acting student and asked Mike to help him move some heavy things at the theater. When Mike's back was turned, John shot him. He then took Mike to another location where he dismembered his body and dumped the remains in the sewer. John took Mike's keys and phone, and then he went back to Mike's apartment. From there, he texted Sarah on Mike's phone, asking for her to come over because he wanted to talk. Being the sweet and caring person she was, Sarah went over to Mike's apartment to help him feel better. When she got there, John snuck up behind her and shot her. He left the apartment and framed Mike for Sarah's murder. John was caught because he's a stupid fucking idiot. He paid some kid to withdraw money from Mike's ATM account. Cops found the kid, and he told them about John. They quickly tracked John down at his fucking bachelor party, and he was taken in for questioning, where he would admit that he murdered Sarah and Mike. He would later be sentenced to death. After sentencing, Mike's dad spoke to John across the courtroom and said, "My only regret is that the state of California doesn't allow me to kill you myself." Turns out, John's fiancée tried to help him hide evidence, and she was sentenced to time as well. All in all, pretty dark story. Aside from the violence, what messes me up is that the guy had literally just murdered 2 of our friends, and he was at the pool, commiserating with us. Like, genuinely acting upset, sad, and confused. He's a horrible human, and I hope he suffers for the rest of his life. My deepest and continued condolences go out to the family of the 2 innocent people that were killed. This story is about my father and my uncle, who had this experience when they were kids. My father and his elder brother, my uncle, were like best friends from childhood. My father used to live in a joined family in a very small village in Maharashtra state, India. The village is located a bit into the jungle, with a population of hardly 500 to 800 people at this time. Farming was the main occupation, with little to no electricity. Also, a lack of wall clocks, so they used to determine their time according to the daylight. It was around 1966 or so. Now, I know it sounds like medieval times, but it was the situation for tribal people in India. So, my father, then 8 or 10, and my uncle, then 15 or 16 years old, used to get up early in the morning, around 4 a.m., and they would go into the jungle to cut the woods for daily needs like cooking, building, etc. But before that, my aunt, their elder sister, used to make some breakfast for them like bakri, kind of an Indian bread, and sabji, curry for relevance. She would pack either of them a tiffin so that they could eat later, or used to deliver the food herself in early dawn with my grandfather, who used to start the farm's work. The jungle was near the farms, and my father and uncle used to go to the familiar area of the jungle, the one that my aunt knew very well. She could track them down easily, have their breakfast together, and then come back together with the wood logs. One day, my uncle and father got up early in the morning as usual. It was still dark, and it was winter. Sunrise was a bit later during this season, and their sister was still sleeping, so they decided not to disturb her. They picked up their axes and went for the jungle. That day in the jungle, they decided to go a bit further than usual, but in reality, they went way too far. They were not even able to see the lantern lights of the village. They started cutting a tree and gathering little sticks from around. They got very busy and were concentrating for the time being. After about an hour and a half or so, my uncle got suspicious over why the sun was not rising yet.
By this time, there were supposed to be birds singing, and they heard no rooster making that typical morning noise, no cattle mooing, and no dogs barking, which came along with the shepherds. All that they heard was an eerie, deep silence. It was so silent, in fact, that my uncle got worried that they were earlier than their usual time, so he started to hurry up in his work. Now, before going any further, let me be very clear about my uncle. He's a very tough guy. Nothing scares this dude easily, and he's respected by the whole village. Same goes for my father. But this time was different. He didn't know why, but he was feeling like there was something wrong and that something was watching them from the deep jungle. And he knew better than to think that it was some tiger, cheetah, jaguar, or wild boar. He felt something was wrong that day. And then, all of a sudden, my father and uncle hear the voice of their sister from a long distance away. They couldn't see her. It was just a voice. My uncle got very suspicious, as the voice was coming from deep within the jungle and not from the direction of the village. My uncle told my father to tell her to come to them. So, my father responded to her voice, telling her to come to them. The voice stopped for a moment, and then she replied, "No, you come to me. Hurry. I've brought you your favorite food." In that moment, my uncle realized what it was. He'd heard a lot of stories from the villagers of a voice which takes people away, sometimes never to be found again, or, if found, they would be in a horrible mental state. The locals used to call such paranormal entities chakva, meaning the paranormal being who will hypnotically fool you into taking your own life. As soon as my uncle snapped out of his thought, he realized that my father, being a naive kid, had started walking toward the voice and started responding to the entity. It was saying my father's name and yelling, "Come in this direction. I'm here, waiting with the breakfast." With full speed, my uncle ran towards my father and grabbed him by his shirt collar, saying, "Don't listen to her. Come on, we must go home." My father responded, "But it's our elder sister. She's calling us. I am hungry." By that time, my uncle had already grabbed my father's hand and told him, "She's bluffing us. She has no food. Now come on." Now, my father was about to start arguing with my uncle, but he looked into my uncle's eyes. He certainly looked scared, and his hand was shaking. Father, too, sensed that something was wrong and started walking fast toward the village without another word. "Why are you going toward that side? Come here. Follow my voice," the entity said. My uncle, still holding my father's hand, "Ignore her. She's not coming to us anyways." Needless to say, he was trying to divert my father's attention from the entity and play it cool so that he wouldn't panic. As they were walking toward the village, it felt like an eternity. Now, being Hindu by religion, my uncle started mumbling mantras of Lord Rama, Hindu god. The voice slowly started to fade away as they were getting closer to the village. My uncle took a long sigh of relief when the dog started barking. All of a sudden, from the direction of the village, they noticed that some of the village lamps were close by. The whole village of dogs gathered together and started barking, making loud crying noises, like wolves. My uncle thought the entity might still be following them. He and my father started running toward the village. When they finally reached it, the voice was long gone, and there was this sense of lightheartedness. My uncle stopped near our ancestral temple, joined his hands, bowed his head, and said, "Thank you." My father was still confused about the situation. Once they reached home, my uncle and father saw that my aunt was still in her bed. my father, being a naive child, cursed her for beating them in the race. My aunt told them that she didn't get up that morning, let alone make the food. It turns out my father and my uncle had left the house way too early, as in 2 a.m. or even earlier. And it was a no-moon night, so it was dark already. My grandfather and uncle knew better than to think that it was my aunt out there. And to this day, they're thankful to God. To clarify, this is my mom's story from one of her part-time jobs in the early 90s, so it happened a long time ago. In 1990-91, my mom started working at a group home as a youth worker, doing counseling and support work. For context, this home was in a residential area not too far from the local hospital, police station, downtown core. This home had 3 floors and had about 8 different girls who lived on the second floor and an attic above. The main floor was where the office and the kitchen area were. At the time, the agency didn't have strict regulations, so my mom would be working night shifts by herself and having to manage all of these kids alone. One night, my mom began her shift and was made aware of some really creepy information. Both the home supervisor and the kids who lived in the home reported weird smells at night, sounds coming from the attic, and food was going missing on day and night shifts. Keeping in mind at the time that nobody was allowed up there or stayed there, my mom would have to do half-hour checks to ensure that all the doors were locked. However, during her shifts, she didn't notice any problems. Thankfully for her, none of the weird events took place on her specific shifts. As events kept being reported, they then called in maintenance workers. When the maintenance workers went around to check the property, they noticed that one of the windows on the 3rd floor, in a room which was locked, had been broken. The room wasn't accessible from the inside of the house, so nobody knew about it. Unfortunately, that room had access to the attic. The maintenance workers then went up to check the attic and found various things: food wrappers, clothing, and even things from the residents' bedrooms. The room was locked off from the inside of the house, but was able to be opened from the other side, from inside the room. Meaning that at some point, throughout night or day shifts, the stowaway was walking inside the home and no one knew. They would have had to have come down when the residents were either being taken to school, asleep, or at appointments. But the stowaway would have been able to view the schedule board in the office. So they would have known when staff were coming and going, and any days when residents would have been gone. During the time that the stowaway had occupied the attic, there were reports from other staff members about feeling as though they were being watched. Eventually, the maintenance workers fixed the windows. The fridge was locked, and security cameras were installed. There weren't any issues after that. However, my mom does have other creepy stories after working 20-plus years in the field. And she just might share some more. Back in 2016, my friends and I, for the longest time, had been itching to go camping at our local campsite. It was in Los Padres National Park in Southern California. When we found the perfect weekend to go, one that didn't interfere with any of our work schedules, we set the date. 3 days before the trip, we found out that we were going to get hit by the El Nino rainstorm. Us, being the types of dudes that we are, didn't care if we got hit by this storm while camping. So we packed up our cars and made the 45-minute drive to the campsite. The campsite was a family-friendly one, with about 100 camping lots that circled around the clearing in the forest. We found the perfect spot underneath a huge thick of trees that would help block as much rain as possible, and it helped out that the restrooms were only 30 yards away. As soon as we got to our spot, we took advantage of the afternoon sky being clear for the moment, and we rushed to set up our tents. The layout that we made was that we pitched our tents close to one another, where our tent doors were only 6 feet apart. The reason why we did this is because in order to combat the rain, I bought a 30-foot by 30-foot thick blue canopy tarp that I threw over and under our tents to cover us from the rain above, but also from the rain that would be running through the ground. It was a genius move on my part, but whenever you would walk around our tent, you would be making so much noise from crunching the plastic tarp. Hours passed and we were all around the campfire. It was late into the evening, and this was the first time that I noticed that there were barely any other campers. They were mainly camping in their RVs like the fake campers they were. In my honest opinion, they were the smart ones, unlike my friends and I that were sleeping in 2 small tents, with our only protection being the blue tarp. I was getting tired from the long day's work, and I decided I was going to go conk out. My friends followed my lead as well. The sleeping arrangements were that I had my friend Ray sleeping in my tent, and AJ and S were sleeping in theirs. Before I called it a night, I whispered to Ray and I told him, I'm going to prank call S and AJ, but I'm not going to say anything. Ray smiled as I dialed my friends up. I called them unrestricted, and S's phone started to ring. Both of them, being the way they are, got timid very easily, and they said to one another, Who's calling you this late at night? I don't know. They called me unrestricted. Are you going to answer? Of course not. Ray and I were holding in our laughter as they ignored our call. I decided to do it one more time. Once their phone started to ring, they started to freak out once again, and they said, Who is it this time? Same person, I think. I'm going to answer. As they did answer, S said in a very shaky tone, Hello? Ray and I had to hold in our laughter as we kept as quiet as possible, not wanting to make any noises that would give off that it was us. I held the phone close to my mouth as I began to breathe heavily in a murderous way. I ended the call, and just hearing them freak out the way they did was making my night even more fun. Me, being the idiot that I am, called them one more time, and this time, S picked up the phone immediately and said in a tough voice, Look, whoever this is better stop. I'm about to call the cops if you keep on calling. This is not a threat. Ray and I looked at one another as we, at the same time, began to fake moan so loud and immediately started to bawl out in laughter. AJ and S were so mad at us for pulling this prank on them. They were cursing us out. Me, finally calming down from laughing so loudly, told the boys, Good night, I'll have pancakes ready in the morning. Since I fell asleep relatively easily, I was out in a matter of minutes, while Ray, AJ, and S were up for a while longer. I was the first of my friends to wake up in the morning, and as I promised, I had the pancakes already cooking by the time everybody else woke up. The smell of me cooking woke up my friends one by one. They got out of their tents, and as we were eating, AJ spoke up and said, Hey, Jay, the prank you pulled last night went a little too far. Yeah, you had us ready to run to our car and take off. Me, feeling a bit guilty, apologized and said, Sorry, guys, my bad. Yeah, it's one thing to prank call us like that, but then to walk around our tent and then to go inside of it in the middle of the night, that's just totally off limits, S said. Me, not knowing what they were talking about, said, What do you guys mean? Come on, still with the jokes. You were the one that was walking around our tent and you walked in. Ray spoke up and said, That wasn't Jay who was walking around. I thought that was you two getting your revenge on us for scaring you. That wasn't us doing that. It was you two. So, to explain, after I fell asleep, About an hour had passed where Ray, S, and AJ were still up, and all was quiet in the forest until the sounds of footsteps were heard, stepping on our blue tarp that was on the ground. At first, my friends thought that it could have been just a forest animal wandering, but the heavy footsteps were a dead giveaway that it was a person, as they described. The person was walking around their tents, all of them, making constant figure eights. The person would place their fingers on the tent's fabric walls to run them up and down. The footsteps finally stopped after a couple of minutes, right in between our tent doors. The three of them were already having their hearts pounding out of their chest. It was silent for a long minute until the sound of the tent zipper being slid open was heard. As AJ says, the tent's door was only opened halfway, but it was too dark to see anything clearly. But in the darkness, both S and AJ saw the silhouette of a man's face pop his head into the tent to look at both of them. AJ and S faked being asleep the entire time, but they kept their eyes locked on the man. The man then opened the tent fully and walked inside the tent, just standing at the entrance. The man didn't say a word or do anything, just watched the both of them, laying in their sleeping bags. After their longest minute ever, the man just took his steps out of the tent, and his footsteps were heard walking away, disappearing into the night. The entire time that this was happening, S and AJ thought that it was either me or Ray doing this, and Ray thought that it was AJ or S doing this. Back to us arguing back and forth at the breakfast table. We were interrupted by a man walking through our campsite, and he said, "Good morning, boys. How did the four of you sleep last night?" This man spoke with a smoker's voice, as if he'd been doing that for all of his 45 years of being alive. He wore a dirty, sweat-stained white t-shirt that looked more gray at this point, and his blue jeans looked as if they'd never been taken off of his body. He smelt like liquor, not a good sign at 8 in the morning, and his words were just mumbling around. We didn't say a word to this guy as he then asked us if we had any cigarettes to spare him. I said that we didn't smoke, and he said, "Oh well, you boys want to visit me in my RV? Just stop by anytime." The man continued to walk away, towards the restrooms, and as he was done using it, he walked back to our campsite. He didn't say anything this time, but he looked at us and gave us a nearly toothless smile, and he walked back to his RV. I took note of his RV, as it was the only RV that stuck out as being dirty and more run down than the others. We quickly summed up the man as the person who was walking around our tents last night, and S and AJ now remembered that they smelt liquor from the person who was standing in their tent. We all agreed that we would keep an extra eye out on this guy, and if he did spend another night, we would most likely report him to the park rangers if he tried anything else. Well, it was around lunchtime now, and the man came back, not to use the restroom, but just to talk to us. "So any of you boys interested in buying an RV? Y'all can go check it out right now, see if you want to buy it. I don't need it anymore since my wife left me. Just check out the inside of the RV." "No, we are good, sir," I said with a visible, threatening tone. The man seemed to notice this, and he walked away. The man did end up leaving a few hours before sunset, but the entire time that he was there, he kept glancing at us. The man had his RV about 50 yards away from us, and I noticed that he had a restroom right next to his RV. Why did he make an effort of walking all the way over to our campsite to use our restroom? Also, why did he even use ours if RVs come with restrooms installed in them? Whatever the man wanted, we were just glad that we were about to enjoy the rest of our weekend. I thought you may all enjoy the many stories of what I would think to be a paranormal hotspot, Spirit Lake, Idaho. Spirit Lake is a small town north of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, with many haunted houses and much talk of ghosts. Before I get into the deep digs of the paranormal activity in the area, I would like to put a little background content out there on the town, and I want to fully disclose that all this information I'm providing is word of mouth, except for how the lake was named. Before it was even settled, the Kootenai tribe resided in the area. The tribes in this area were constantly at war with each other. To make peace, the chief promised his princess daughter to marry the prince son of the enemy tribe. But the princess was already madly in love with a warrior. Completely distraught, the couple went to the lake and jumped in, drowning and haunting the lake forever. Legend has it that you will see the two in a canoe with mist around it. The tribe named the lake something that translates into English as Spirit Lake. On top of this eerie tale, there are many deaths and memorials around the lake. It's exceptionally weird because I've been to many lakes in North Idaho, being an avid fisher, and none have nearly as many memorials or graves as this. I only confidently know 3 stories of deaths in the lake. One was a 7-year-old boy swimming in shallow water, got tangled in weeds and drowned. I always wondered about why weeds that could easily be pulled up drowned him. The lake bottom is very muddy and stuff like that just doesn't root well in there. Maybe he just panicked and couldn't pull up. Or maybe something held him down there. Another was at your classic backwoods trespassing high school bonfire party. A junior was drunk, and no one noticed him falling into the water. How did he not make a sound? Sound echoes in a lot of the area that he was in. There wasn't any loud music because they didn't want to get caught. Did someone jokingly push him in and thought that he was well enough to get out on his own? Did he slowly fall in and no one noticed? Or did something pull him in? The final story I know is a drug deal gone wrong. 2 teenagers were fighting over pot money. It was winter, and the other got violent and pushed him in. The water is very shallow and iced over, but he got trapped under the ice. Most of the memorials are male teens. The negative energy is added to by the negative witches that lived in Spirit Lake. They were known for animal sacrifices and sexual rituals. Many of them in the 60s would stop people on the highway at night and try to convert you. They're still there to this day. I lived 2 houses down, and I'd wake up to chants in no correlation to the moon cycles. The women in the family, they were not allowed to get out. The father and uncle were pervs. They dressed in old-fashioned farmer clothes, browns, grays, and black. The woman would wear bonnets. To this day, many animals go missing on Halloween. I know they do so everywhere, but much more were noticed in Spirit Lake, more than any of the other bigger neighboring towns. Spirit Lake started out as a logging town and died shortly after. There were many old buildings left, and it's advertised as a beautifully historic downtown Spirit Lake with inland empire trails, at least on local radio stations. It also has many haunted buildings. The old movie theater that is now a florist shop, the White Horse Saloon, a run-down building next to the elementary school, a greenhouse next to the park, one commercial building that is no longer standing behind the hardware store. Many locals claim that they have both negative and positive spirits haunting their houses as well. And Spirit Lake is full of good, honest church people. It is widely accepted that ghosts are everywhere, and we pray devoutly for protection for us and our neighbors. There are 2 mountains nearby that also have paranormal or alien activity. Rathdrum Mountain and Hoodoo Mountain. Lights, ghosts, and Bigfoot reports frequently come in from there. All both negative and positive experiences. I have been hunting many times in the Hoodoo area and Inland Empire Paperland as well. I haven't had any paranormal experiences really, but I have seen how a Bigfoot could be hiding. There is so much wilderness and pocketed areas that would provide much coverage and hiding spots. I haven't had any really paranormal interactions with the area, I don't think. One day, I was completely distraught and walked through the woods, and the woods felt comforting and more reassuring than usual. But I'm 90% sure that was just because I love the wilderness. I do know people in groups who have seen stuff that I completely agree with. They are honest, old-fashioned, and churchgoers. I do recognize that Spirit Lake has an above-average drug usage problem and may cause some of the paranormal interactions. But I do feel a negative energy in certain areas from the sorrow and dark behaviors that the land has. And I think the druggies feed the paranormal energy. Some things are just inexplicably complicated and unknown. While Spirit Lake haunts many, it also blesses many with beautiful land, plentiful hunting and fishing, and a tight-knit community that looks out for each other. I live in Singapore, and it's the Hungry Ghost Month again. It's like the Day of the Dead in Mexico, but with more jaw sticks and hell money. However, after my experience 5 years ago, I never leave my blinds open at night anymore. To those unaware, the Hungry Ghost Festival happens during the 7th month of the lunar calendar and lasts for 14 days in East Asian countries. Essentially, Taoist and Buddhist followers burn paper money or hell money, jaw sticks, and food offerings to pray to their ancestors. These offerings also appease the hungry ghosts, spirits with insatiable hunger that haunt the streets. As Singapore is a multiracial, multi-religious society, locals are taught about the festival as children. There are 3 simple rules. Don't step on any jaw sticks or paper money. Never touch the offerings. And don't go out late at night. Naturally, I abide by the rules and have a front row seat to the festival. I understand its religious importance and honestly don't hate it. Every year, offerings are left along pathways near homes, and paper money is burned in metal bins late at night. Yellow embers light the ground, with smoke trailing up to meet my window. I live in an apartment close to the ground floor, and I'm within earshot of the chants and the prayers. One late night, I couldn't sleep too well, and hung out with my elder sister and her cat in the living room. The night was deathly quiet and peaceful. At some point, I realized I could smell smoke in the living room and figured the window must have been left ajar. From this room, the window looks down on the offerings on the ground floor. The curtain was slightly open. I snuck over to the window and peeped outside. It was midnight. The metal bin was still burning, and it gave the ground floor an unearthly glow. As I closed the window, I heard something crunching below me. I figured it was the neighborhood cat, but I was met with something large, crouching under my window. From my vantage point, I could see someone kneeling at the offerings. They had long black hair and a draping, white, dirty smock. They bowed over a spot with many offerings, and I thought they were in deep prayer. But it was odd because it was pretty late already. The crunching noises were growing louder, originating from the messy black hair. My realization made my knuckles turn white. I was rooted in fear. This wasn't a person. They had no shadow in the light of the joss sticks and were actively eating the offerings, hungrily, as if they were starved for years. My elder sister saw me petrified and called out to me, whispering if I was okay. I looked at her, my words shivering as I breathed. Someone is eating the offerings. The moment my voice rang out, something felt wrong. The crunching had stopped. I looked back to see the figure standing straight, stiff as a board. As it turned around, I locked the window and shut the curtains. I huddled beside my sister. She sensed something was off too. All was quiet until the growling started. We looked over to the front door to see our pet cat growling. Protective of my elder sister, her furry coat and tail puffed up, and she looked unbelievably angry. My sister and I didn't move for an hour as the front door shook outside. I could hear a woman laughing softly at the door. I know I fucked up, but I'd never told the rest of my family about the incident. If my cat wasn't at the door, I believe that thing could have attacked me. As my cat no longer lives with us, I became very diligent and made sure every goddamn window is covered and locked by sundown. I drive this same back road in town a lot. Never had anything unusual happen on this drive until several months ago, February 2021. I was driving to pick my girlfriend up from work like I do every day. From our apartment, I prefer to take the back road I mentioned earlier. The road is shaded by tree canopies, and there's like these hidden driveways that lead to some real beautiful houses and farms. I'm not much of a car person, but one of the houses on that street has a really nice classic car, like 1930s. It's parked, always, in the driveway. Pretty sure they never take the thing out at all. It's almost white or eggshell, and its tires are white and black, like none I've ever seen. Usually I sort of slow down as I drive by, if I can remember that it's coming up, just to look at the thing for a while. My girl feels the same way. Well, one moment I'm driving, passing the house, and I turn to look up at the car, which is sitting in the driveway. Now out of the corner of my eye, I see what looks like headlights coming right for me. I turn, and sure enough, the same car sitting in that driveway is headed right for me on the road. I immediately pull to the right, slamming on my brakes and looking in the rear view to see this car that almost killed me. But there's no car. The road stretches long and there's no car in sight. I literally get out of my car and I run across the street to the house with the fancy car. It's still in the driveway. The road, the neighborhood, everything is completely quiet. I literally have no idea what just happened, and so I get back into the car and I take off to pick up my girlfriend. The rest of the way, I'm just replaying the thing in my head. By the time I see my girlfriend, she's already suspicious that I'm pretty distracted. So after hearing about her day, she asks about me, basically saying, "What's up?" I tell her what happened, and she's super spooked by the story, asking me to be serious. And when she's convinced that I am being serious, she tells me that we need to find out who owns that car. We need the story. I wasn't sure how we were going to do that or why it would matter. But my girlfriend is one of those people who just feels things, if that makes sense. Like when she makes moves on anything, she's usually right about the outcome. We joke often that she's some sort of witch or something. So anyways, we decide to stop by the house with the car. It's about 6:30 p.m. and I'm going on about how they're probably eating dinner, and she tells me they're definitely not. We ring the doorbell, and to the front door comes a woman who's dressed in a nursing outfit. She's asking if she can help us. Before I can say anything, my girlfriend asks, "That car, are you the owner? It's beautiful." The nurse introduces herself as Mary, I think, and tells us the car belongs to her boss. She says it actually belonged to her boss's husband, but he's since passed away. I can't remember the name she gave or if I would even post it here, but she tells us the wife, her boss, can't drive, so the car just sits there. She says that every time they've tried to sell the car, it just wouldn't start. Only when no buyers were around did the car start up perfectly fine. She says sometimes she swears she hears the car pulling up the driveway, only to look out the window and see it's just parked where it usually is. Funny car, she said. I wasn't sure about funny, but it was interesting. We thanked the woman for her time and headed back to our car. I was sort of awestruck that something came of this little pit stop we'd made. My girlfriend just smiled and told me, "That man definitely tried to run you off the road." I asked why in the heck he would want to do that, and she told me, "It's your infatuation with that car. You slow down to look at it almost every day. I think you made him nervous." Nervous. Well, he almost killed me or whatever, so I don't know about that guy. Maybe he's not so nice. And his car, as nice as it is, it's definitely haunted. So a few years ago, the night sky was clear, and my mom and I had gotten off of work at about the same time that I usually do, 2 or 3 a.m. The moon looked beautiful. We decided to go watch the sunrise over the lake. We lived about 15 minutes from Lake Michigan, and it's pretty regular for us to talk for hours. We took a back road through a wooded area to get to our usual location. Some info you need to know about the location in order to imagine this. The road we took was a very small road that had thick woods and swamp on both sides. The road is so small that if cars were going both ways, sometimes you have to pull off slightly to the side to let the other car pass. Lots of greenery surrounds this road, and there are slight dips on either side. No street lights or anything, so the only illumination is the car's headlights. Okay, so we're driving and chatting, and I'm a passenger. Mom's driving. As she's talking to me, I'm looking at her, and she's looking at the road. She stops mid-sentence, and I could tell that something was happening in front of us, so I glanced over. I said, "What's a kid doing out here this late?" I saw what I can only describe as a creature that looked like it was made to blend in with its surroundings. It was standing on the left side of the road. It seemed to be made of twigs and leaves and branches, almost, but not quite, resembling a tumbleweed. It stood at most 3 feet tall. It seemed to be covered in patches of some sort of orange, copper, red fur, but not quite fur. As soon as the words left my mouth, I realized that's not a kid. My mom shouted my thoughts and slammed on the brakes. If you've ever seen TV shows depicting the way vampires move, like super fast, almost glitching across, that's how this thing moved to get in front of us. It was on the left and then right in front of us in a split second. If I had to guess, we were maybe 7 feet away from it. It lifted its head, I guess. Its whole body was kind of one big mass, and it looked at us with its eye. Yes, it's correct. One eye. One completely black eye. We sat there in stunned silence for a moment. Just as I was asking, "What is that?" it got down and slithered, like a fucking snake, past the car and into the brush on my side. My mom took off at full speed. I had researched a lot about how one person's thoughts and recollection of a situation can influence another person's until the story is no longer the same. There was even a study done about people who had never been on a hot air balloon, being shown a picture of one, being told that they were on it when the photo was taken, and asked to remember the day. Most people said that they remembered it and make up a story about it. It's really interesting stuff, absolutely worth looking into. So both of us knew this prior to the event. I asked her what she saw, and she asked me what I saw. Both were the same. At first, we tried to rationalize it as tumbleweed, but no, it surely looked at us. Maybe a deformed animal, but no animal around here looks like tumbleweed. Maybe a really skinny deformed fox. Couldn't be, as it glitches across the road. It's the only way I know how to describe it. We then moved on to more paranormal creatures in our search engines. This proved fruitless as nothing that we could find matched the description of what we saw. When telling this story to friends, I often find myself referring to it as a realistic and nightmarish version of the Lorax. To this day, when recalling this incident, it feels like we saw something we weren't supposed to. Like we saw past what we all know is fact and real and tangible, and saw part of what this world really is. This feeling doesn't make sense, and neither does this story. If anyone has any suggestions about what this could be, I'm open to answer any and all questions. I just want to know what we experienced, even if it's just an animal that we never knew of. This one is an old one. It happened early on in my career, and it's one of those events that makes you change how you deal with travel or deal with new people. I was going to travel to San Diego for Comic-Con. We had a client that had us build some things for them. I had never been to San Diego or to Comic-Con, though it was a bucket list event. I was also going alone, and I hadn't traveled for work up to that point. The flight was delayed because of rain, and I had to wait. While I waited, the travel agent called me to tell me that there was a problem with the hotel that I'd been staying at in San Diego. They said that they needed to book me into a different hotel, which was going to be hard given that it was Comic-Con week. They said that they would have it sorted out by the time I landed, and that they would text me the info, so I had it. I finally boarded the flight, and we took off. Man, that flight was terrible. The bad weather made for a crazy ride, and I'm not a great flyer when the weather stinks. Needless to say, it didn't start off great from the jump. We landed, and when I turned my phone on, there was a text from the agent, which gave me the name and confirmation code for the new hotel that I'd be staying at. Hotel del Coronado. Anyone that knows the Coronado knows that it's a big deal. For the ghost hunters, this place is awesome, but as a hotel, this place is beautiful and right on the ocean, so yay to me. Downfall meant that more travel and taxis because it was a ways away from the convention center. So I took a taxi to the hotel, and when I got there, it was pretty busy. Lots of people were trying to check in, so I got my stuff and got in line. As I was standing there, an old man that was in front of me turned and smiled at me, saying it was always busy at this time of the year. I agreed to say that I can imagine. He took this as a cue to strike up a conversation and asks me what brought me here. I told him that I got moved to this hotel after mine had an issue, and that I was here for a convention. He smiled, and I asked him what he was here for. He said that he's been coming here for years with his wife. I looked around for his wife just as the line cleared and he moved forward. He was next, and That seemed to end the conversation, and he started to check in. I kept waiting for his wife to walk up, but he finished, turned to me, and wished me a good stay. I smiled and said the same to him. I checked in and I went to my room, which turned out to be down the hall from the old man I met in the lobby. The next day, I went to the show, and it was pretty late when I got back. I went down to the bar and saw the old man. I sat down at the bar and asked if I could order food. They said I could, but I needed to sit over at the tables. It became pretty normal to see the old man from that point on, somewhere in the hotel. 2 days later, I came back from the show early enough to go to the outdoor seating area, and I got a nice view of the ocean. As I was getting seated, I noticed the old man across from me, and still no wife. I was beginning to think that she didn't exist. I sat there looking at the menu, but I kept glancing at the old man, and I started to think about the idea of ending up like him. But then I thought, it looks like he was looking for someone. And I thought, well, maybe she was around here somewhere. After a moment, he looked my way and smiled. He then got up and came over asking if he could sit with me a moment. Not wanting to be rude, I said sure. As he sat down, I asked where the wife was. And he said, I'm sure she's around. He introduced himself as James and asked if I was eating alone. I said yes, and he asked if he could remain sitting with me. We sat and we talked about life and what I did. He said that they had been coming here for a long time, that this was their honeymoon. And all I kept thinking was, where was his wife? I couldn't bring myself to ask him again, but it nagged at me. Then, after about an hour, he glanced over toward the water and said that it was time to go, with a smile. I said okay and thanked him for the company, and he walked back toward the hotel. I finished my meal and went back to my room. The next day, I went to the show and came back in the afternoon. As I got out of the taxi, I noticed an ambulance in front of the hotel. As I walked in, I had to hang in the lobby as they finished up. I asked a bellboy what happened, and he said that he thinks that someone died. I remember getting a cold chill. Finally, I was able to move enough to get to the elevator. As I entered my floor, I noticed that there was some commotion down the hall towards James's room. As I got closer, I noticed a police officer talking to an employee, and then they pointed towards me. I freaked a little as the officer walked my way. He approached me and told me that he wanted to talk to me and that he had some questions. He explained that the old man down the hall had passed away and that the employee said I knew him. I explained that I had met him recently and better at dinner last night. He asked me how he was feeling, and I said everything seemed fine. I asked about his wife, and he looked at me puzzled, and then down at his pad. He said that he was unaware of a wife, and he motioned for an employee. He asked the employee, and they said that he didn't check in with anyone, and he radioed down to the front desk. Someone then came up and said that James had a standalone reservation in that room every year for the last 25 years, and that his wife had died 4 years ago, but not there. I was shocked. He didn't talk about her as if she had passed. The officer thanked me, and I asked if he passed peacefully. He said that he had passed in his sleep, and that it was nothing but peaceful. The officer walked away, and I went back into my room. Later, I went to dinner. I couldn't help but look around for him. I know, weird, right? After dinner, I went to one of the bars by the water. I got a drink and I sat looking out at the water. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a couple walking down the beach. I'm not sure why I looked up because there were a lot of people on the beach and they were pretty far away, but they were close enough to see who they were. I smiled. I raised my glass towards them, and I went back to watching the water. The next day, I flew home, and after a day or so, it passed from my mind. A few years later, I went back to the Coronado, and that's when I remembered James and his wife. My team and I checked in and later went to dinner. I raised a toast to James and his wife, which I had to explain the story to the team. I haven't had the opportunity to go back in a long time, but I'm sure that they are still there, walking the beach and enjoying the eternal honeymoon. Can ghosts get jealous? When your attention is off of them, even for a little while, can they remind you that they do indeed exist? The day started in the usual way. My husband went to work, I took the kids to school, and then I returned home alone to clean up the kitchen before I spent the day in my home office with eyes glued to my computer screen. Being from New England, we have 2 kitchen back doors, a heavy wooden inner door, and an outside aluminum storm door. When the weather is nice, we often have the inner door open so that the light comes in. The storm door, however, is closed and often hook-locked. Now and then, when I'm home alone, I lock the storm door with the hook lock at the very top of the door because we have an in-ground pool and we wanted to keep the kids from easily unlocking the door and going out back without supervision. At that time, the hook was new and so tight I often needed a towel to help me pry the lock out of the eye to unlock the door. This morning, like most, before my day job took all of my attention, I headed out to the back door to spend some time with the pups. We were all looking forward to about 10 minutes of fun. As both puppies ran through the door and I ran after them, the inner door was wide open. I remember hearing the storm door bang shut behind me. I walked around the pool and fenced-in yard with the boys. I threw the ball a bit on our grassy section and played tag with the 2 wonderful canines. And then we all headed toward the back porch. Our morning ritual was done. But when I got to the back door, the storm door wouldn't open. I could see into the sunny, quiet, empty kitchen. The latch, the handle, was open. The door even bent a bit. But I could see that it was stuck at the top where the hook and the eye lock was located. That was odd. The dogs, expecting that they were going in, were barking, their heads pressed against me and the storm door, as they anticipated at any time that I would let them back into the kitchen to grab a drink of water. But I couldn't do it. I tried shutting the door and retrying the handle. I even hit it from the outside, where the lock would have been located on the inside. But no luck. I finally gave up trying to pry the door open, so I left the dogs in the backyard, grabbed the hidden spare key, and opened the cellar door. I then climbed the rickety wooden stairs and thanked God that the cellar door leading to the kitchen, though shut, was not locked. I then walked into the kitchen. The inner door was how I had left it, wide open, and the sun streaming in. I was really expecting to see the hook jabbed in between the door and the door jamb. No, the hook was in the eye. By this time, the dogs were really making a ruckus for me to open the door. They could see me as they stood on the porch. So I reached up to unlock the door. The hook was not slightly in the hole. It was not a little bit in the hole. It was locked tight, and it was in so hard I needed to pry it open, using more than a little bit of effort. After I opened the door and let the dogs in the house, I called out for my husband. He must have returned home for some reason and locked me out of the house. Nothing. I looked to see if his car was in the driveway. Not there. The 2 dogs and I were completely alone. How do you think the door happened to get locked and keep me out of the house? What do you think happened? Could it be that my resident ghost was not fond of me playing with my new dog friends? Could he have become jealous of the cries of laughter coming from the backyard? Let me know what you think. I remember it was unusual for there to be fog at that time of year out along the beaches of LA. I will not divulge where and when precisely, as to avoid as much condescension as possible for sounding like a madman. It was a bonfire night, where all the folks in the neighborhood and all others considered to be cool enough were invited out to the beach. And so all of us went, friends and strangers alike, out to the beach, out to smoke weed and cigarettes, and drink some beers, and witness the younger crazy kids spin fire and poi, and all that other stuff that they're into. The reason that I was there at all was that I had a friend named Ben who absolutely insisted I come along to this cool bonfire party out along the beach. Ben's always been a great guy. I've known him for 25 years. He was on Broadway, cast predominantly as a singer. I was proud, and also I was the best man at his wedding. All's to say, I know this man, but things can change. There was this girl, and she seemed really cool. Long blonde hair, curves, magnetic blue eyes. A dream come true, for me that is. I sat out there away from the bonfire, upon a log, contemplating other things, but also contemplating this girl. This beautiful girl who comes up to me and introduces herself. Me of all people. And she asks, "What are you doing sitting out here all by your lonesome? Want to rip this J?" I would have been a fool not to partake. So of course, yours truly, your humble narrator. Well, I'll just say that I partook. I got stoned. Like I mentioned prior, I found it strange that it was such an unusually foggy, misty night at this time of year. It was almost as if a cloud decided to drop onto the beach line, which is strange. Next thing I know, Ben approaches me and the cute girl that I was talking to at the moment. He asks me, "Want to take a walk?" That seemed like a strange question to me because I had supposed it was readily apparent I was totally satisfied where I was, being interviewed by this bombshell blonde. She and I inexplicably both said, yes, and onward into the night we went, further into the fog and into the mist, with absolutely no regard to our questions or our instincts. Yet, I do vaguely remember feeling like I was being called to do something from somewhere I knew not. It was such an odd feeling, looking back upon it now. So Ben, this girl, and I, we walked off past the bonfire, past the organic light source, and into the inexplicable fog and mystery. One of the last things I remember from that evening is seeing a big, bright light, enraptured protectively by the mist and fog. And so, of course, I thought to myself, yeah, man, why not? And so on I walked, trying to walk into the light, obscured by the smoke and fog and mist and cloud and whatnot. I woke up to my alarm clock going off like madness at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a setting I've never set it on. I was late for work. On my thigh, there was a nasty BB-sized bump that rested in a sort of obsessive trance. I could not leave the motherfucker alone. All I wanted to do was pick and scratch at it. The workplace was already amiss from the moment I set foot through the door. The owner of the establishment already says to me, "Rick, I need to speak with you in my office." Walking into the office of the piece of shit that I'd worked with for so long, I was ever so curious what he had to say this time. "Why didn't you come into work yesterday?" "Look, I'm sorry I was a little late. I usually make it by my 2 o'clock shift, and then the interruption happened." He said, "Yeah, you were supposed to be at work at 2 yesterday, and now, here you are, a day late and $1 short." So I left. I left because I was confused. I sort of remembered being with Ben the night prior, so I figured he'd be able to fill in the details. He's always been an awesome friend like that. So yeah, I drove to Huntington Beach to visit him and his wife at his apartment complex. Now, I've always known that Cleo was a shy woman, but I had earned my stripes with her, and I was the best man at her wedding. It was so strange to see her with the chains and the bolts attached to the door when she opened it. "Yeah?" she asked me. "Hey, Cleo, I was hoping to speak with Ben." "He can't speak," is what she replied with. "What?" I asked her. "He doesn't want to speak to me?" "No," she said. "It's not that he doesn't want to speak to you. He just cannot speak." This immediately perturbed me. I mean, like, what the actual... Decidingly, I barged in through the door to check upon my best friend, where in which I found him lying upon the floor, struggling to scream. He had the most clog-stopped guttural sound protruding from his throat. "It's in my voice, it's in my throat." He wriggled and writhed on the floor, and Cleo and I witnessed him convulse before he just fell asleep again. This was a man who performed on Broadway and had the voice of an angel. For someone to scream at me in a night terror, daydream, sleepwalk. Yeah, it's extra scary when one says, "It's in my voice, it's in my throat." I figured my best friend had a thing going on, and alone is where I left him. However, when I returned home, that's where I began with the picking and scratching, and the BB-sized bump that I'd been picking at popped out of my leg, and just like a BB-sized bullet would when not being pursued, it rolled underneath the refrigerator. There I sat. I sat in the kitchen with the tension and the silence, and witnessing a foreign alien BB roll out of my thigh and under the refrigerator. Yes, I asked myself, what the shit just popped out of my body? This happened a long time ago, back when I was a kid. Whenever my mom and dad would be busy going to work, they would leave me and my younger cousin to my grandma. All things were fine and all, but one day I decided to go to the river at the back of my grandma's house. So I got up and took my younger cousin with me. It was normal at first. We'd actually go almost every time we were there, even when the elders would say, "Don't go there. There are bad spirits, and people have died there." I brushed it off as one of the old wives' tales, until one day, when we went to the river. It was cloudy, and the water was murky, but we stayed nonetheless. Until one of the elders grabbed us and said, "You shouldn't be here when the water is this strong." So she took our hands and started to go back. But before we did, I looked back and I saw it. That thing. It's so clear in my head that I can never forget what I saw. A woman in all white, but her clothes were dirty and torn. She had scratches, and the openings in the skin were just oozing dark liquid. It still shocks me to this day. But fast forward a few years, one night while my uncle was staying with my grandma, they claimed that night something supernatural happened. The smell of dead fish covered the whole room, while parts of the ceiling started to drip blood. All the while, their hair stood as straight as trees. They were freaked out by all of this. So a few days later, my parents went to see them. I saw my cousin, and I proposed that we investigate the place at night, around 7 p.m. to be exact. Thinking back to my old experience, I told my 12-year-old self I could handle whatever happens. So when 7 p.m. struck, we armed ourselves with a flashlight for both of us. My cousin, being the coward that he is, I gave him a simple task to go to the back side of the kitchen and look around, while I went to the far back of the house to try to find something unusual. As I arrived at the back of the house, I asked in a slightly high-pitched voice, "Is anyone there?" Nothing. As I was about to turn back, it breathes. The sound of something so big was right behind me, and it breathed so heavily. I ran. I didn't dare look back, and I yelled for my younger cousin to get back into the house. As we went back in, I explained the story to them, but for some reason, I don't think they believed me. Now, you might not believe me, but I swear, what I heard that day wasn't a figment of my imagination. Just last year, I stayed at my grandma's house with my 2 older sisters and my mom, since her and my dad got divorced. Although I still stayed with my dad since he helped me get through depression. Either way, I was there, and I asked my mom and grandma if anyone died in the river, and they said yes. According to them, there were about 3 women who died in the river. All of them died from the strong currents of the water. As I've asked the townsfolk, I've learned that some of them have had the same experience as me. Woman in the river, all white clothing and bruised. While my father has said that before he arrived in that place, there was actually a cult near the river. And now there's just a lot of odd stuff that's happened. But he wasn't going to go into any details. All I want to know is, what is she and why is she there? As an adult in my mid-20s, I was my bestie's babysitter. I babysat her little boy, who at the time was around 1. Not all the time, just for date nights. As social workers, we were overly cautious about who watched our children. As you can imagine, we've heard the worst. So I'm watching H at bedtime. After playing downstairs for a bit, we go upstairs so I can bathe him before bed. We bathe, and then I'm drying him off on the floor, playing peekaboo. I then hear something downstairs, some movement, and their dog starts barking. It's a little yappy dog, and he barks all the time, but this time he wouldn't stop. So then I think, maybe they just came home early, but the dog keeps barking incessantly, not pausing, just going crazy. I'm still drying off H, and so I pick him up, and I hear clear as day downstairs a male yelling. The dog instantly stops barking. I then wait because I'm thinking it's my bestie's husband. No one comes upstairs. I then get this feeling that creeps up my spine, and I just realize that it is not my bestie and her husband. They are not home. I start to panic because I'm thinking a stranger has broken into the house. I start looking somewhere to hide H in the bathroom because my cell phone is downstairs and I want him to be safe. I'm so terrified that I'm shaking. I then decide, fuck it, I'm bringing H with me because I think he'll be hurt if I leave him by himself. I pick up H, still wrapped in a towel, and take a deep breath. I'd built up the courage to run downstairs to find my phone, so I open the door and I run with that baby like I've never ran before. I grab my phone on the counter and then run back upstairs. I text my bestie, who says she'll be home in 20. I search the house. I don't find anything. She comes home. I tell her and her husband what happened. They both look at each other and kind of nod. I'm like, what the fuck? First, they tell me that they call H Monkey at bedtime. They both then proceed to tell me how they think the house is haunted, about stuff that happens all the time, like a cigar smoke smell, stuff being moved and disappearing, etc. It had never talked before, though. I was shook. We're still friends to this day, but you bet your ass I did not babysit again. I grew up in the 1980s and 1990s, born in 83. One day as a young kid, 5 years old, I was at my friend Josh's house. He lived 2 doors up, which for me was as far as I could go on either side of my house at 5 years old. Luckily, all of my closest friends as a kid lived within that quadrant. Josh and I were in his basement, which was a finished basement. It had heather brown carpet, a nice large fireplace, and a big TV in the main room of the basement. We'd often be down there in the morning just before or after breakfast, as his mom would be watching me in the morning. We grew up around older kids, and I had 2 older brothers myself, so we often heard of freaky ghost stories, even at a young age. But nothing really similar to what we saw that day, what our childhood minds ultimately dubbed the blonde thing. We were playing with action figures and watching TV. I remember us laughing and playing, and we both noticed movement about 10 feet away from us, on the other side of the room. We were the only ones in the basement. His mom was right near the top of the stairs, in the kitchen, with his baby brother, Nathan. We both just looked toward the motion to see a very short, about 3.5 feet tall, humanoid figure going around the corner, down the short hallway, to the back basement bedroom. She was bobbing her head from side to side as she rounded the corner. We saw her for maybe 3 seconds. I say she and her because what we saw of the figure was long, curly, light blonde hair, almost white, and it draped over her shoulders and her back. The hair was so long it almost went to the floor. She was bobbing and bouncing her head from shoulder to shoulder, like a kid would be if she were skipping and playing. We both screamed and ran upstairs as fast as we could. I didn't see a face or clothes. All we really saw was the long hair draped over what was clearly a small human girl-shaped figure. We didn't know how to really describe how or what to call it, but we surely talked about it, and we always referred to it as the blonde thing. Now, that all happened in 1988. In 2018, I hadn't thought about the blonde thing since the last time I mentioned it, probably 15 years ago, and I hadn't thought about it in just as long. Josh sent me a friend request on Facebook, not having heard from each other since the mid-90s in middle school. He messaged me and I opened it. It was the, "Hey, how have you been, dude?" kind of letter. But at the end, he wrote, "Remember the blonde thing?" I felt like the adults in the movie It must have felt when they get a phone call where Mike tells them it's back. The memory just came flooding back. The crazy thing is, we saw it one other time, outside, in the backyard of our neighbor Leota's house. No shit, same thing. Literally saw a skipping short figure with that almost white hair down to the ground go into the wood line behind the house. I attempted to do research to see if other people have ever sighted similar creatures or entities. The closest thing I could find is some old Germanic folklore about a long blonde-haired entity that looks like girls trying to steal babies from homes. Curious as to if anybody has seen something similar. Here's the relevant context to this. 5 years ago, I lived with my late mom in the basement of my step-grandpa's house. My mom wasn't doing so well at the time, and she was addicted to alcohol and some type of pill. I was addicted to my laptop. I had to share the same bed and the same room as her. She also believed in the paranormal, and we would binge shows together like Ghost Adventures, Mountain Monsters, etc. I don't really know when I first began seeing the weird shadow figures. I say figures because sometimes they wouldn't be humanoid. I could just see them from the corner of my eye, but I assume that they're the same shadow creature. I've seen them quite a few times, though it was usually from the corner of my eye, except on 2 occasions. The first one was when I was sitting up in my bed, watching TV with the door closed. I saw something black brush up against the bed, but I didn't think anything of it. I just thought that it was one of my 2 dogs. I later get up and try to pet them, and there's nothing in the room except for me. The second occasion was at night or early morning. I was talking to some friends on Skype while my mom was asleep next to me. She usually left the TV on so it wasn't totally dark. I'm chilling, and then I see a man with a cowboy hat in the corner of my eye next to the TV. I never told my mom about my experiences, but one night she drunkenly spilled that she saw them too. She called them demons of addiction. Addiction demons or something like that. We smudged the basement a few weeks later, and I felt uncomfortable the whole time, like something would jump out at us. I don't think it was because I was sleep deprived or anything, but I also don't know if it's a shadow man, shadow shape-shifty thing or what. It was pure black though, like it was solid. I haven't seen anything like that since, and I haven't seen it since moving to a different state with my other grandparents after my mom passed. I'm not sure if this is possibly connected, but one night, my mom was insisting that there was a demon. I thought she was out of her mind until she told me to look up alabaster on Google. I did, and I went to Google Images. I'm swearing on her grave right now. It was filled with demonic pictures, like the old medieval types of demonic pictures. We never mentioned anything about it again, though, and I never got those results from Googling it again. What do you guys think? I've always been a bit skeptical when it comes to the paranormal. I'm not a non-believer. I just have a hard time believing some of the stories I hear, or even videos and pictures I've seen. I have had a few experiences in my life that were, and remain to be, unexplainable to me. So I'd like to share a few of them with you that happened in the same house I was living in over a few years' time, and get your opinions. When I was a child, my mother had to move us out of an abusive household with her boyfriend. Being poor in rural eastern Kentucky, we didn't have many housing options at the time. So she got some assistance to have us a house built on my family's property through the government This was a fully new place, so it was hardly one that you would assume would be haunted, like one with history. But after it was built and we finally moved in, very unexplainable things began to happen to us while we were there. The first thing that ever happened to me was the attic door being ripped open and slamming shut while I was home alone. My mother and my older sister were taking my younger brother to the doctor, and my uncle lived next door to us, so she let me stay home by myself. The strange thing about it all is that it wasn't a normal door. If it were, I would just assume it was a draft, wind, or something. The opening to our attic was a cutout in the ceiling, though, and the door was a thick, full piece of plywood, one that I could hardly lift up myself when I went up there. This thing lifted from the side, like it did when we went upstairs, and then slammed shut, followed by loud, thumping footsteps on our stairs. As soon as it lifted, I looked up at it. I could see straight up into the attic and never saw anyone or anything come down those steps. Not even a shadow. The footsteps stopped at the last step, and then everything went silent, leaving me terrified and wondering what the hell just happened. Second experience was seen by my whole family. I have to explain here that at the time, I was 10, my sister 14, and my little brother was 6, and we were all below 5'5". My mother's only 5'1", so this would have been impossible for any of us to do. Our back door was in our kitchen, and it stood at a height of 6'5", as most standard doors do. The weird thing is that after 6 months of living there, we began to notice a handprint well above the door frame, like someone had slapped it as they walked through. Seeing as none of us could reach it, even standing on a chair, my uncle came to investigate it, telling my mother that it was car grease and oil that the print was made out of. There was no man in our house at the time. My mother was divorced. My father was currently going through cancer treatments and only came to that house 3 times before he died. No one visited that was tall enough to reach that area, as most of the men in my family are 5'7" and under. The last experience I'll tell you about happened when our house unfortunately burned down. As I said before, we were poor, so the only heat that we had was a kerosene heater, and one that sadly was in bad shape. Needless to say, the heater caught fire one evening, catching the rest of the house up quickly. My mother had enough time to grab the 3 of us and get us out of the house, closing the back door behind her as she went. Our steps at that door were not connected to the house, so when someone would walk down them, they would move away and then slam back into the house when you stepped off. Once we were in the yard, though, the back door slammed open and then slammed shut once more, and the steps moved forward as if somebody was on them, and then slammed back against the house. We never saw anyone leave that house. That door opened to an empty, ablaze room and slammed shut again. Those steps moved, but there wasn't anyone on them. And to this day, I still have no idea what the fuck was actually going on in that house. There are way more incidents, but I feel as if these 3 tell the most about the situation. I can't logically figure out what was going on. I've tried over the years, tried to come up with logical explanations for all of the stuff that went on, but I've never been able to. Also, I never felt like I was in danger there, and it never felt evil. It would just scare the bejesus out of you when something happened, that's all. If any of you have a thought on what this could have been, please leave a comment, as I've spent years trying to justify these experiences in my mind. My house was haunted as fuck. We moved from this house 2 years ago. At the time, I lived with my parents and my brother. I'm far from a believer in the paranormal, which isn't really the desired opening to a ghost story, but we move on. Despite not being a believer, I've always felt my house had some sort of entity inside. It's been here since the Victorian era, and originally was a shady brothel, owned by an even shadier businessman. My family is in no way related to this shady businessman. To cut to the meat, the history, in 1809, 7 people were found strung up in the basement that no longer exists. A seance was performed in that same basement to communicate with the spirits of the dead. The shady brothel businessman died in the room that I lived in. In 1811, the house was owned by a surgeon who was famously pretty bad. My town has a bar named after him. The house was abandoned until 1847, when the now garden was used to dispose of disease-ridden victims. And on top of all of that, 6 babies had died from various causes, not excluding dog attacks and surgery mishaps. On to the experiences of living there. Most notably, I stepped out of my room into the corridor to see a large flaming cross in front of the mirror. It was there for about half a second. Any visitor who would come to the house would feel really cold at night and feel scratching on their backs. Women with pregnancy-related trauma, they feel incredibly uncomfortable and nauseous walking through the kitchen. Friends of mine who stayed over are no longer friends of mine. Not really, but there's at least 2 who wouldn't enter my room. Often, people would see floating limbs poking from behind doors and entryways. People would have hellish nightmares, and they'd scream, and they'd constantly hear tapping and scratches on the walls. Doors slammed shut. I recall being stared at by an entity from the corner of my bedroom. My brother is woken up with long, deep scratches on his face, his hands. My father refuses to talk about what he saw in one of our lofts. My mother is terrorized by voices whenever she's home alone. Lights flicker when you approach them. Once you pass them, you feel helpless and incredibly cold. Non-sleepwalkers become sleepwalkers. Posters and signs ripped off of the walls. I've had my hand grabbed with immense pressure when I reached up into a cupboard for a drink. Women yelling, footsteps coming up the stairs, dishes having faces on them. Clothes get ruined, hats get stolen, never returned. People occasionally would get flung around, food spoiling in minutes sometimes. So yeah, my house was haunted as fuck. I had just turned 21 and frequented the bars regularly. In hindsight, I probably spent too much time drinking with my friends. I didn't have a car or a cell phone, and I lived on the outskirts of town. It was a 45-minute walk downtown. The town I live in is generally a very safe place. It's a wealthy, well-to-do, white-bread community. So walking home alone at night, after drinking, was nothing that bothered me, other than the actual walking. It was a Tuesday night, and that meant pints were cheap. So I wouldn't say I was completely wasted, but I certainly was more than tipsy. Instead of walking along the sidewalk where I feared I'd be picked up by the police for being drunk in public, I decided to take the bike path that ran along the train tracks. This meant the walk would take longer, but much safer and less likely that I'd run into any sort of trouble, or so I thought. The bike path was not very well lit, and knowing what I know now, I should have been a lot more nervous about walking alone in the complete darkness at 2 a.m. Like I said, I had just turned 21, and was certainly an arrogant young male who was thinking about women and not minding my surroundings. I'd taken this path many nights, and coming across anybody else was rare. If I did, perchance, come across somebody this late at night, most of the time it was just another drunk college student who had the same thoughts as me. Either that or they were homeless, but if so, I'd say they were all harmless. So this night as I'm walking, I noticed further down the path that there's somebody walking towards me. He wore a large hiking backpack, and he had his hoodie pulled over his head. It was so dark I couldn't see his face. I could really only just barely make out the outline. The person's gait unquestionably revealed him to be a male, who I figured was probably just a transient. It was odd to see somebody walking towards downtown at 2 a.m. When I got really close to him and we were about to cross paths, this person just stopped dead in his tracks, and I could tell that he was staring at me because his head just followed me as I walked by. It creeped me out a bit, and I certainly felt like that was a bit odd. As I continued to walk, shrugging at the situation, I just didn't feel right. Something in my gut made me feel wrong. I stopped and turned around to see this person still staring at me. "What?" I asked him as I stopped walking and remained to stare back at him. That's when he hissed at me, like a snake. A long, vicious-sounding hiss that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I had hoped that he was just being weird, or perhaps was on meth or something. I nervously laughed a bit and said, okay, and continued to walk on. I made it a few more steps and I turned to look back. He somehow managed to get closer to me without making a sound, and he stood completely still. I figured perhaps I was just drunk and imagining things. I turned back around and walked. Taking a few more steps, I turned around once more. Now I knew he was closer. I couldn't believe that I couldn't hear him approaching behind me. What unsettled me even more was how every time I turned around, he'd managed to stop and stand completely still. Are you following me, buddy?" Once again, he let out this creepy hiss, just staring at me. Now I was freaked out, and I had this strange sensation that I was some sort of prey. "Hey, fuck you, man," I now yelled. In hindsight, this was a bad idea, because I'd already felt like I was some sort of target. The last thing I should have been wanting to do was provoke this sick, twisted bastard. I started backing away at this point, not taking my eyes off of him. He just stood there, hissing. The hisses were getting longer, louder, and more malice was apparent in him. As he started to hiss louder and louder, he began to engage in some sort of pursuit. At first, they were basic steps, but the further I backed away, the more he sped up, taking bigger steps towards me. I said, "Forget this," to myself. I'm getting out of here. I noped it out of there and began a full-fledged run. He started running after me. I could hear his heavy boots gaining on me, hissing like a cat, growling like a dog, I feel his spit hitting me in the back of my neck. "Get away from me," I yelled. I might have peed myself, I was so scared. All I could think to do was run as fast as I could and get inside my house as quickly as possible. I've always been a very fast runner, but this guy was much taller than me, and his legs were really long. So he was really cutting down the distance between him and me. I managed to keep a good 5 feet between us, though, checking back behind me as I saw his arms reaching out in an attempt to grab me. I finally made it out of the bike path and onto the crossing sidewalk of the street that was lit up by street lamps and a few passing cars. I was so relieved to finally make it back to civilization. There was a gas station over by my house, and I thought I'd run to the safety of its inside, only to see that the lights had been shut off and the doors were closed. It was closed. I had to make it to my house. As I got closer to my house, I could see my roommate's lights were on through the window. "Chris," I shouted. "Chris, open the door. Open the door." I'm impressed I yelled loud enough that he actually heard me. I saw the front door of my house open up and my roommate standing in the doorway, looking confused. I ran up the steps and almost jumped inside my house, slamming the door behind me. "Dude, what are you running from?" he asked. You didn't see the guy chasing me?" "No." I ran to the window and I looked outside. He was gone. I have no idea what happened to him, but I am sure that had happened. Whoever the guy who hissed at me was really shook me up, and I never walked down that bike path after dark anymore. I had just turned 21 and frequented the bars regularly. In hindsight, I probably spent too much time drinking with my friends. I didn't have a car or a cell phone, and I lived on the outskirts of town. It was a 45-minute walk downtown. The town I live in is generally a very safe place. It's a wealthy, well-to-do, white-bread community. So walking home alone at night, after drinking, was nothing that bothered me, other than the actual walking. It was a Tuesday night, and that meant pints were cheap. So I wouldn't say I was completely wasted, but I certainly was more than tipsy. Instead of walking along the sidewalk where I feared I'd be picked up by the police for being drunk in public, I decided to take the bike path that ran along the train tracks. This meant the walk would take longer, but much safer and less likely that I'd run into any sort of trouble, or so I thought. The bike path was not very well lit, and knowing what I know now, I should have been a lot more nervous about walking alone in the complete darkness at 2 a.m. Like I said, I had just turned 21 and was certainly an arrogant young male who was thinking about women and not minding my surroundings. I'd taken this path many nights, and coming across anybody else was rare. If I did, perchance, come across somebody this late at night, most of the time it was just another drunk college student who had the same thoughts as me. Either that or they were homeless, but if so, I'd say they were all harmless. So this night, as I'm walking, I noticed further down the path that there's somebody walking towards me. He wore a large hiking backpack, and he had his hoodie pulled over his head. It was so dark I couldn't see his face. I could really only just barely make out the outline. The person's gait unquestionably revealed him to be a male, who I figured was probably just a transient. It was odd to see somebody walking towards downtown at 2 a.m. When I got really close to him and we were about to cross paths, this person just stopped dead in his tracks, and I could tell that he was staring at me because his head just followed me as I walked by. It creeped me out a bit, and I certainly felt like that was a bit odd. As I continued to walk, shrugging at the situation, I just didn't feel right. Something in my gut made me feel wrong. I stopped and turned around to see this person, still staring at me. "What?" I asked him as I stopped walking and remained to stare back at him. That's when he hissed at me, like a snake. A long, vicious-sounding hiss that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I had hoped that he was just being weird, or perhaps was on meth or something. I nervously laughed a bit and said, "Okay," and continued to walk on. I made it a few more steps and I turned to look back. He somehow managed to get closer to me without making a sound, and he stood completely still. I figured perhaps I was just drunk and imagining things. I turned back around and walked, taking a few more steps. I turned around once more. Now I knew he was closer. I couldn't believe that I couldn't hear him approaching behind me. What unsettled me even more was how every time I turned around, he'd manage to stop and stand completely still. Are you following me, buddy?" Once again, he let out this creepy hiss, just staring at me. Now I was freaked out, and I had this strange sensation that I was some sort of prey. "Hey, fuck you, man," I now yelled. In hindsight, this was a bad idea, because I'd already felt like I was some sort of target. The last thing I should have been wanting to do was provoke this sick, twisted bastard. I started backing away at this point, not taking my eyes off of him. He just stood there, hissing. The hisses were getting longer, louder, and more malice was apparent in him. As he started to hiss louder and louder, he began to engage in some sort of pursuit. At first, they were basic steps, but the further I backed away, the more he sped up, taking bigger steps towards me. I said, "Forget this," to myself. "I'm getting out of here." I noped it out of there and began a full-fledged run. He started running after me. I could hear his heavy boots gaining on me, hissing like a cat, growling like a dog. I feel his spit hitting me in the back of my neck. "Get away from me," I yelled. I might have peed myself, I was so scared. All I could think to do was run as fast as I could and get inside my house as quickly as possible. I've always been a very fast runner, but this guy was much taller than me, and his legs were really long. So he was really cutting down the distance between him and me. I managed to keep a good 5 feet between us, though, checking back behind me as I saw his arms reaching out in an attempt to grab me. I finally made it out of the bike path and onto the crossing sidewalk of the street that was lit up by street lamps and a few passing cars. I was so relieved to finally make it back to civilization. There was a gas station over by my house, and I thought I'd run to the safety of its inside, only to see that the lights had been shut off and the doors were closed. It was closed. I had to make it to my house. As I got closer to my house, I could see my roommate's lights were on through the window. "Chris," I shouted. "Chris, open the door. Open the door." I'm impressed I yelled loud enough that he actually heard me. I saw the front door of my house open up and my roommate standing in the doorway, looking confused. I ran up the steps and almost jumped inside my house, slamming the door behind me. "Dude, what are you running from?" he asked. You didn't see that guy chasing me?" "No." I ran to the window and I looked outside. He was gone. I have no idea what happened to him, but I am sure that had happened. Whoever the guy who hissed at me was really shook me up, and I never walked down that bike path after dark anymore. Back in 2000, when I was 20, a female friend of mine decided that she wanted to get an apartment and asked if I'd be her roommate. I didn't need a place to stay, but decided to do it anyway. We moved to a nice apartment complex right next to and behind the house where my aunt saw her dead ex-boyfriend. This place was nice and newer, so the thought of it being haunted never crossed my mind. I didn't even experience anything until my roommate got homesick a month in and had to move back in with her folks, leaving me there alone for 3 months. It started with the lights coming on by themselves. I would go to bed, always turning the lights off and always closing my bedroom door. I was meticulous about the lights because that's how I was raised. I'd go to bed and at some point open my eyes and see the light coming in from under the door. I thought my roommate came home, so I'd get out of bed excited to see her, only to discover I was alone, and the dining room or bathroom light would be on. Then, the knocking started. Right after I'd lay down, there would be 3 loud knocks on my bedroom door. Again, thinking my roommate came home, I'd get up to greet her, only to see I was still alone. A week or so before Christmas, my roommate and I went out gift shopping and went back to the apartment to wrap everything. When we were done, we were both standing at the door, checking to see if we'd had everything before leaving. The apartment was completely quiet, and we heard this clearly. My acoustic guitar, which I had leaning up against the wall in my bedroom, with a pick stuck between 3 strings, was plucked. Each string, in succession. Then slid along the wall until hitting the floor. We just looked at each other. Then we walked to my bedroom to find the guitar on the floor, with the pick still stuck between the strings. Those strings had been plucked, meaning the pick had been used and then replaced when done. At Christmas, during a party with my roommate and some other friends at the apartment, the VCR turned itself off. It did that 1 or 2 times while living there, but it never did that before or after living there. For Christmas, my girlfriend got me a guitar tablature book for Pink Floyd's The Wall. One night, I sat on the floor of my bedroom, learning how to play a song in it. When I was done, I put the pick in the strings, and I set my guitar up on the wall. But instead of closing the book as I normally did, I left it open and went to bed. Just after laying down, I heard the pages in the book flipping on their own. It was a thick book, but the song I had been learning was somewhere in the middle. I figured the weight of the pages made it change pages on its own, but when they stopped flipping, I got curious and I got up to look. The pages stopped flipping on the song, Hey You. And when I read the title, I got chills and shut the book. Pleaded with the ghost to let me sleep and went back to bed. While laying there, I realized if the pages had flipped on their own from the weight, they would have gone the other way, away from that song. After that, I started calling the ghost Pink. Anytime something would happen, I would say, "Oh, hey, Pink." But one night, I'd been out with a friend until around 2 a.m. When I opened my door and stepped in, I could feel the ghost standing there. I said, "Oh, hi, Pink." And I could feel the energy go through me and out the apartment. So that's when I figured it didn't like being called that, which didn't stop me from saying it. Shortly after, my roommate came back and stayed the rest of the lease, and not much happened then. I figured if an entire house could be haunted, then Surely an entire apartment building could be. I wanted to ask my neighbors if they had ever experienced anything, but I never did, and actually never really talked to them at all. Also, I've known since I was around 10 or so that I could feel ghosts, but usually only when standing right where they were. If I stand with them long enough, I usually can get an image in my head of what they look like, as well as their mood. In a few instances, I've had them communicate with me like that, their words coming to me as thoughts or images, usually the latter. I usually don't tell people this because they usually don't believe me, and I'd rather not go through the ridicule and name-calling. However, with Pink, I never figured out who or what it was. I always felt that it was a man, but I didn't know. I still wonder about it from time to time. In high school, a group of friends and I purchased a Ouija board to play with. We decided my house was the best, so the 5 of us sat around the board in my bedroom one Friday night and began to play. The board was also glow-in-the-dark, adding to the spookiness. The first time was uneventful. The only entity we contacted said that its name was no one. The second time was much more memorable and terrifying. It was only my close friend and I in the room, playing in the dark. Music playing softly on my stereo. We asked the basic questions, and soon noticed our breath was visible. We were freezing. Now, my house was in the woods, and my room was notoriously cold during winter. So I turned my space heater on, and we continued. No one appeared again, and still our breath hung in the air, despite the heater going full blast. The radio began to jump stations, and the volume raised and lowered. Loud static filled the room, so I shut it off. The stereo jumped back on, lights flashing, country music blaring, even though we hadn't been listening to country. Unnerved but also excited, my friend and I laughed, asking no one more questions. Feverishly, the planchette flew across the board, sometimes right out of our hands. Besides predicting some minor events, we laughed off the encounter, and the Ouija board was put in my closet for safekeeping. The novelty had worn off, or at least no one wanted to play with the board anymore. Some had bad dreams or just bad feelings. Meanwhile, I felt a dark presence following me, almost like an eerie shadow that I could feel but not see. One night while in bed, the doors of my closet burst open, the radio blared on, and my lights flickered. This happened a few more times on various nights before my paranoia got the better of me, and I began to look up how to dispose of a Ouija board. Obviously, we had released something sinister. I learned that burning it was a bad idea, so my next option was a burial deep in my parents' woods. So one rainy afternoon when nobody was home, I took the board and a shovel, and I hiked deep into the forest behind my house. I dug a hole the best that I could, and I buried the board deep in the mud. I had terrible nightmares for weeks that I would come home from school to find the muddy board on my bed, but no such thing ever happened. My closet would still burst open, and the radio turn on randomly. My room stayed freezing cold most of the year. For years, I felt haunted and followed by something dark. It has subsided over the years, but I still have encounters. TVs turn on or my things go missing and suddenly appear. The encounters feel much less sinister than before, so I think whatever or whoever no one was It wasn't good. I think the board opened me up to the encounters, but only the first felt dark, or dare I say evil. I have found as long as I tell them that I know they're there, the events stop. I'm not sure what I encountered, or if it still follows me now. I'll start out with a little backstory. I became medically disabled in the Army in 2015. I served the rest of my time creating a private security team called SE-146 while I was in the reserve component. My name is Delta. I reside in Arizona and I'm getting ready to retire SE-146 operations, being that I'm starting a family next year. Fast forward to 2019, my partner, Guardian 6, and I were hiking in the woods off the Rio Verde River at a recreation site. The park looks like it's a location from one of those cliché thrillers. Trees loom over the pathways, nearly blocking out the moon, and vegetation is so thick that light won't pass through, let alone a person if they needed to hustle through for any reason. Let me be the first to tell you that there are many of those reasons that you'd want to run off the trail into the tree line. 06 and I were walking the trail approximately 2 a.m. on a Monday. The air was crisp and it felt good to have the occasional cool breeze in the fall. The trail winds around 150 meters before ending, but it was our first time and it seemed indefinite. As we rounded one of the long curves, we heard some loud movement in the trees. We quickly crouched down and went dead silent. Suddenly, my heart leapt through my skin as we heard what sounded like a woman in distress, being assaulted and screaming. We slowly encroached on the sound and came to a parking lot. We scanned the asphalt and trees, and no one was around. There were no vehicles, no movement. We got in the car and left hurriedly toward the classic midnight snack joint, Mickey D's. 6 months later, 06 and I were back on the trail. This time we came from the Screamer Trailhead, as we affectionately call it. As we finished up the trail, we noticed a gray Mustang drive up fast, and we quickly dove into the trees, started crawling under the canopy. 2 men got out. They were speaking Spanish while they opened the trunk. To my astonishment, they grabbed a large black bag and hauled away what I can only describe as an adult-sized human cadaver into Screamer Trail. We've been to that river dozens of times on operation. We've been shot at. We've heard trees knock as if there were a Sasquatch moving around. We've been hunted by mountain lions. A myriad of insane activity has gone on there, and the craziest thing is we've hardly ever seen police presence. I'm talking 3 times from 2019 to 2021. Always remember, if you're going to hike the Rio Verde, prepare to get hunted. When I was 8 years old, my parents moved the 3 of us into a house for the first time in my life. Up until then, we'd lived in a trailer park for senior citizens because that's all we could afford. And the management there hated that I was living there. Shortly after moving, my parents divorced. My mom moved out, and my dad met and moved in with my stepmom and her 3 daughters. In total, my dad and I were in that house for 6 years. And things really didn't start happening, at least not that we noticed, until about the 2nd year. From then on, it snowballed out of control with paranormal events. Of everything that happened there, this is one of the strangest, and thankfully I didn't experience it. My dad did, a couple of times, as well as 2 other people, all of which didn't know the others were experiencing it until they later spoke about it together. The many other stories can be for another time, but this one is just about my room. The only things I experienced in that room were, at one point, terrible dreams that would wake me up in a cold sweat, panting, trying to catch my breath. I had never had dreams like that before or since. The room, when that happened, would be so electrically charged, I couldn't stay in it. It was the thickest air I've ever experienced anywhere, for any reason, ever. The worse it got, I refused to go in there for 3 months. I slept on the living room couch, and if I needed anything from my room, I ran in, felt the thick air, got what I needed, and ran out. Going through the door from the hallway to my room was like walking into a wall. The air was that thick. But then, that thing that those three experienced happened. And that was at the very end of our stay there, when things were absolutely terrible. My dad and stepmom were on the verge of a divorce. She was running around on him with everyone in town, drinking and doing all the drugs that she could get her hands on. So, she was gone most of the time. At this point, I was living with my mom because things at the house were just too bad. I was 14 then. My 2 oldest stepsisters had moved out, to where I don't know, and my youngest stepsister was the only other one living in the house at the time, though she was also gone at somebody else's place, usually. So my dad and stepmom were the only 2 regular inhabitants. And like I said, even she was gone most of the time, partying with everyone. My dad maintained his job through all of this, and I still salute him for it. He was a garbage man and got up at 3 a.m. to be at work by 4 to start his shift, and he was usually home by 9 or 10 as he would fly through his routes. When he'd come home in the mornings, he would catch whatever guy my stepmom had brought back to the house to sleep with, jumping out of different windows, usually my bedroom windows. So, my dad nailed every window in the house shut. My dad had also taken to sleeping on the couch because he didn't want to sleep in his bed where his wife was cheating on him. He told me of these terrible dreams he had while sleeping on the couch, where he would be surrounded by starving children, all reaching up to him. And then he'd be laying on the couch with all of them around him, reaching out to him with worms crawling out of their mouths and noses. But then, one night, a slam woke him up. He jumped up expecting his wife to be there with some guy, but he was alone. He said my bedroom door, which had always been open, was suddenly shut, and it was shaking as if someone were trying to get out. He thought it was her messing with him. He grabbed a baseball bat that he kept next to the couch, and he walked down the hall. He said he could hear both of my windows opening and slamming shut, as well as both of my closet doors opening and slamming shut, while my bedroom door was still shaking. He called out her name and asked if it was her. All of the noise stopped. He carefully opened the door and looked in. Nobody was in there. He walked in to inspect and saw that both windows were still nailed shut and the closet doors closed. As soon as he exited the room, the door slammed shut behind him, and the noises continued. He went to the living room, turned on the TV, and turned the volume all the way up to drown out the noise, and sat there, watching TV, until he had to go to work at 4 a.m. The noise continued until he left for work. It happened to him several times. A while later, he ran into his wife at the bar. They had already decided to not try to make the marriage work and were actually getting along better. She brought it up first and told my dad that she had experienced exactly what he had. A few nights later, my dad let a friend of his, an older man who had no place to stay, crash at the house. The next day, he asked my dad why someone was in my bedroom, slamming the doors all night. I've been seeing something around that I don't really know what it is.
I'm going to preface this by saying it isn't exactly humanoid. It just talks like one. I first saw it when I had a girl over, and she wanted to look out my window at the stars around 4 a.m. So I turned off my LEDs and I opened the curtains, and a deer was out in the road. It looked like a normal deer, until it stood up on its hind legs. It had blood on its underbelly, and it stood like that for several minutes, until we looked away and it was gone. I'm not in skinwalker territory. I've done a lot of research on them to try to figure this out. Of course, that's not my only encounter, though. The next one takes place at a park around 9 p.m. with two of my friends. We had just called my friend's mom to pick us up, and 30 seconds later, we heard her little sister say, "Jess." But when we looked up, nobody was there. We all heard it, and we stood up to look at her mom's car, but it wasn't there. It had only been seconds since we called. 5 minutes later, her mom showed up, and her little sister was in the car. And we hopped in. The little sister wanted to go down the slide. We watched her from the car, and she came back saying, "Mom, Jess, there's a funny deer standing up over there." And sure enough, it's a goddamn deer on its hind legs. I don't know what this is. I'm in Oregon, which from what I've read isn't skinwalker territory. I read a comment on a post in another sub about voice takers, but I can't find anything on them. My most recent encounter was 3 a.m. when I was downstairs with my two large dogs, and my Doberman started barking at the window. I looked outside, and the deer was standing on its hind legs again, staring at the window from the road. I went outside in the morning, and one of the neighborhood stray cats was dead by the tree in front of my house. It could be unrelated, but it really freaked me out. Does this ring any bells for anyone? I know it sounds like a skinwalker, but I'm not sure.
So I wanted to share this creepy encounter. About 4 years ago, my wife and I planned an evening out for her birthday. My parents babysat, and we went out to a restaurant. Because I drove, I didn't drink, so we didn't bother to go anywhere else after we were done at the restaurant. But because the night was young, we decided to go on a long drive. A location which was relatively nearby was a large national park. We decided to take a drive up there and just sit and chat under the stars. When we arrived up there, the country roads were dead. I found a nice open parking area to pull the car up in. We sat inside the car talking. We started making out and things carried on until, At no point did either of us leave the car. As we were doing the deed, headlights lit up our vehicle. Instantly, we were like, "Oh God, there's somebody driving up. I hope they don't see what we're doing." For me, it was an instant turnoff. So I got dressed and stopped what we were doing. I thought the car was just a fellow traveler passing by, but to our surprise, the car pulled into our area and began circling us. I put the keys in the ignition and said, "Let's go." I drove out of the car parking area onto the road and back to the main connecting road. The car followed. Once on the main connecting road, we could see the make, model, and color of the car that was now following us. It was a dark red Ford. I drove quickly, but not recklessly. The car matched my speed and was right up my ass. At this point, neither of us were 100% sure if we were being paranoid or if this car was really meaning to follow us. So I said, "I know what I'll do. I'll pull off at a random turn and see what they do. So I put my foot down, and after a few hundred yards down the main road, I made a late left turn down a really narrow side lane. I pulled up a little while on this road, stopped, and turned my lights off. I watched in my rearview mirror to see if the red Ford carried straight on the main road or if he turned off. A few seconds later, there he was. He had turned off and was now coming down this narrow lane towards us again. At first, we were blinded by his headlights, but I was sure it was him. My wife said, "I don't think it is the same car, you know?" And I said, It is. Look." As he got closer, it became apparent it was the same car. So I drove down the road further, and luckily, I found a space big enough to turn my car around. I spun around and back down to the main road again. He followed. Now, back on the main road for a second time, I decided to speed. As I was heading toward the built-up city center, he kept behind me the whole way. Eventually, we stopped at a red light, and he was right behind. I looked in my rear view and saw his face. To this day, I can still see his face. A middle-aged, slightly tubby man with glasses and thin gray hair. At this point, I was freaked out. We both were. I said to my wife, "I'm going to keep driving and try and lose him. But I'm not driving home, so he doesn't know where we live." She agreed. We drove around for maybe another 10 minutes. He was still following. At this point, I was beginning to consider the possibility of calling the cops, but I thought that I would give it a few more minutes of trying to lose him. Thankfully, a few streets later, he turned off and was never seen again. I know it's a real possibility that he may have been a dogger. Not sure if this is a thing in America, but it's basically where strangers meet other strangers in the wilderness to, you know. But if he were a dogger, or if he thought we were doggers, or not, then surely he would have understood we weren't interested when we actively drove away. The fact that he followed us into the built-up city for 25 minutes or more makes me think he had more sinister intentions. What do you think? To this day, it's still the weirdest moment of my life. This happened to my best friend about a year ago. We were both 18 at the time. My friend and I, both female, about 5'3", 115 pounds. So, we're easy targets. My friend and I went to the lake one day with a group of friends. We were hanging on the beach, playing cornhole, listening to music. After a few hours, my friend had to leave because she had work. I asked if she wanted me to walk her to her car, and she said no. A few minutes later, she called me, and this is the story that she told me. She got to her car with no issue. Before she left, she was sitting on her phone, and she heard a knock on her driver's side window. Some yokel, middle-aged woman was standing right outside of her car, asking her to roll down her window. My friend was a little bit startled, so she cracked her window slightly and asked the woman, "Can I help you?" The woman then told her that she needed help with her car, that she had jumper cables, but asked my friend, could she walk with her to the car and give her a hand. Of course, my friend told her that she wouldn't be much help as she wasn't strong enough and didn't know much about cars. The woman begged her to help, saying, "My car is just right through those trees," and pointed to an area that was completely empty. There was no car. My friend told her that she needed to go because she was going to be late for work. The woman put her hand on my friend's window and aggressively said, "No, you need to come with me." My friend then threw her car in reverse and gunned it out of the parking lot. As she was driving away, she looked in the direction of where the lady pointed, and a large man was hiding behind one of the trees. We suspected that the woman was trying to lure my friend out so the man could grab her. They were most likely a team. I've heard many people say that these people use women to go up to the girls because they're seen as less sketchy. We have gone to the lake several times after, and we've never experienced anything like that again. Anyways, stay safe out there. This happened a few years ago. I had gone to Walmart to buy diapers for my daughter, who was about 18 months old at the time. As I was finishing getting her strapped into the car seat after our shopping trip, a woman approached me. I quickly closed the car door and turned around to speak to this woman. She told me that her van was out of gas and asked if I could spare a few dollars. I told her that I was so sorry, but I didn't have any cash on me. She then asked if I could come with her over to the nearby gas station and use my credit card. At this point, I noticed a seedy-looking van a little ways off in the distance, with a man sitting in the front seat, watching us like a hawk. I knew that I had to get out of there. I told her, "I'm sorry, but I can't help you." And I got in my car and locked the door. Sure enough, she walked over and got into that seedy van. I drove the long way home, and I made sure they weren't following me. I was creeped out, but I soon forgot about the encounter. Fast forward 3 or 4 months, I see a news story about an attempted abduction of a woman in a Walmart parking lot. They show the mugshots of the individuals responsible, and it was the same couple I had encountered months before. My blood ran cold. This happened a bit over a year ago when I was 17, flatting with some friends. One night we were all drinking and smoking weed in our flat, doing what normal teens do. When I decided it was time to go to bed, I collapsed on my bed at about 10 p.m., forgetting to close the curtains. Hours later, I woke up facing my window, since my bed is alongside my window. Our fence is only a couple of meters from my window, and next to our house, we have an electronics store with a little shed attached to it, but it's almost right against the fence. Anyways, as I'm lying there, I notice something black on top of the shed. Since I'm still half asleep, I assume it's a cat. But as my eyes adjust and I take a longer look, I realize it's too big to be a cat. Suddenly, it moves, and I realize it's a person sitting against the wall. I don't think much of it. I'm thinking they're probably having a smoke or something. So I get up and walk out of my room to get a drink of water. 2 of my flatmates are still up watching a movie. I tell them that someone is sitting on the shed. They say that I must be imagining it. I should just go back to bed. I get my drink, check the time. It's 3 a.m. I must be imagining it. Why would someone be out there at this time? I walk back down the hall to my bedroom, sure that I imagined it. But as I walk into the doorway, I get the shock of my life. The person has stood up and is now standing on my fence, directly in the middle of my window, only a few meters from me. I can see that it's a tall, skinny man in all black with a hood who stands there, motionless, staring at me. I stare back, frozen for a second, before finding my feet and running into my flatmate's room, which is next to mine. Her window and curtain are both open, but I can't see the man from her window. I wake her up and I tell her what happened. It takes her a while to wake up, enough to understand what I'm saying. Finally, she gets what I'm saying, and I ask her to come with me back into my room. She agrees, and we both slowly peep around my doorway to see the man still standing there in the same spot. We both freak out and run into the lounge to tell our other flatmates. They finally believe us. We all follow each other into my room. At first, we can't see anything. The man is gone. But then I see him. He has walked down the fence and is now standing outside the lounge window. We all stand there staring at him for what seems like an eternity. He doesn't move at all. Finally, one of my flatmates walks over to close the curtain. The second he does, we all hear the man jump down. We all run outside, but it's too late. He's gone. The next night, I climbed up onto the shed to see how much of my room could be seen. And to my horror, you could see everything in my room, clear as day. It still gives me the creeps just thinking about how long he was up there and could see me sleeping. We did report it to the cops, but we never heard anything back, and I've never seen the man again. I think I may have died in a car accident in an alternate reality last summer. Last summer, I was driving on the freeway. I was in the car by myself, and it was a clear, sunny day. Not a cloud in the sky. There was a semi about 50 feet ahead of me, and a red car a couple of lengths behind me. I looked down for a split second to adjust the volume on the stereo, and when I looked up, a thick fog had rolled in, and the semi, in front of me, was on its side, sliding sideways towards me, fast. I knew I was about to die, with absolute certainty. I felt panic, but also this crushing devastation that I wasn't going to be there to see my daughter grow up. I've never felt anything like that before or since. Blind terror, overwhelming sadness, the knowledge that this was the end, and grief because I wasn't ready. I opened my mouth to gasp or scream or something. I must have blinked in that moment, because suddenly the day was sunny again. The semi was upright and driving normally, still about 50 feet ahead of me, and the red car was still a few car lengths behind me. I was shook. I had to pull over on the freeway to have a meltdown because seconds before, I'd been about to die. I just sat in the car for a few minutes in shock. I know what I experienced. I was 100% sober. I have never hallucinated. I'm a very sensible, skeptical person. But I cannot explain what happened that day. Premonition? Did I die in an alternate universe? Has anyone else experienced something like this? This happened when I was about 14 years old, and I was babysitting my younger cousin. I'd been to my aunt and uncle's house a gazillion times before this. Nothing creepy's ever happened. I'd already put my cousin down for bed, but decided I was going to watch a movie in the bonus room. The bonus room had a large entertainment center against the wall and a big couch that filled the rest of the walls. Behind the largest portion of the couch is a window that faces the side yard of the house. The curtains on the windows were mostly closed, but there was a little sliver that you could see through if you tried. I remember that it was windy, so even though I heard a couple of things outside, leaves, rocks, maybe tree branches, I sort of ignored them, and I chalked it up to bad weather. It wasn't until I heard the distinct sound of someone pressing against glass that I got worried. I stayed laying down in the halfway position I was in on the large portion of the couch. I tried to see if I could get a reflection of anything from the TV or the glass on the entertainment center doors. But it was too dark, and I couldn't focus that far away. So, still laying down, I slowly turned my head to face the window, and I looked up. I didn't see anyone, but I saw something. I saw condensation on the outer part of the window. The shape was that of someone's face, someone's mouth. I jumped up, and I jumped backwards out of the bonus room. Without thinking twice, I grabbed the phone and I dialed my aunt and uncle. They answered and told me to make sure all of the doors were locked and that they were close by. When they got home, my uncle did a search around the perimeter of the house. As he came inside, he tried to shield me from what he was trying to communicate to my aunt. At first, mouthing for her to follow him, but she didn't pick up on that. And instead, she asked him what was up. He hesitantly told my aunt that there were well-defined, large footprints in front of each of the first-story windows, including the one that I'd been laying under on the couch. It wasn't long before they had an official security system installed, and luckily, they didn't have any more peeping Tom incidents. I was followed by 2 large military men when I was 12 years old. This happened 10 years ago. I was at the mall with my mother. I'd normally follow my mother around and never really went off on my own before. On this day, my mother really wanted to see a movie. I cannot remember what movie she wanted to watch, but I remembered it was a movie I had no interest in seeing. So we came to an agreement that she would go watch the movie while I'd walk around the mall, and we'd meet up afterwards. As kids are, I was very excited because I felt so grown up and cool, now that I didn't have to walk around with my mother the whole time. I was wearing shorts and a t-shirt at the time. I didn't have a handbag, so my cell phone was in my front pocket. I basically exhausted most stores that I could go into at that point, so I remember going into one of these sports stores, even though I had no real interest in sports. While I was browsing, 2 very large military men approached me, and I assumed their age to be around 30. One of the men asked me for my phone number. I was baffled and caught off guard. I didn't think before I spoke, so I said that I don't have a phone. The second man pointed to my pants and said that I do, in fact, have one. It started to sink in what was happening, that they were asking for a minor's phone number. I don't exactly remember what I said next, but I believe it was along the lines of sorry or no thank you. The men then walked away from me, but they were still in the store. I tried to walk away as nonchalantly as possible. I was very insecure back then, so I didn't want to embarrass myself or draw attention to myself by running. I then realized the 2 men were behind me, and they were watching me. I went into a few stores to try to lose them, and to make sure that I was being followed, and they kept following me. I saw a busy restaurant, so I decided to ask for a table. I sat down at the table, and it seemed like the men lost interest, since I didn't see them again. I should have called my mom to tell her what happened, but I felt like it was my fault. I was scared she wouldn't allow me to be on my own anymore, and not allow me to wear shorts anymore. I realized how foolish that was. I sat at the table until my mother called to say she was done. I'm happy that no one at the restaurant asked me to leave for not ordering anything or waiting too long. I met up with my mother again, and I just pretended like nothing happened. This happened 30 plus years ago, so I will explain what happened as best as I can remember. When I was 3, my grandmother, maternal side, died of a heart attack, I believe. While at the funeral home, the adults were outside talking, smoking cigarettes, etc. Myself, older brother, and another family member close to our age were told to stay inside, to keep us out of conversations that we didn't need to hear, according to my parents. While the other family member convinced my brother that locking me in the viewing room, the one with those red lights over the coffin, which were on, was a good idea. Once they locked me in, the other family member called through the door, saying that Grandma needed to take me with her because I was her favorite. I screamed and cried as loud as my little self could, and some adults came and took me outside to my parents. I was told that they were just playing and that even though Grandma loved me, she was never going to take me away. They were trying to soothe a very upset 3-year-old. Later that year, we moved 2 states away from there. One night in the new house, 4 years later, I woke up in the middle of the night. According to my mother, this was very unusual. I'd heard a song only my grandma sang to me. I sat up and was looking around when I saw the lid on my old toy box opening by itself. Once it was fully open, I saw what looked like my grandma standing slowly from inside that box. She turned slowly, creepily, around to look at me. I was frozen in place. Couldn't cry, scream, or even move. She started walking towards me. She stopped close to the bed and said the name that she called me. I came to get you. You were always my favorite, and I want you with me now. Somehow, I found my voice and screamed. My mom came running in, and just before she got to my room, Grandma said, I'll come back for you again, and vanished. My mother came in, asking who I was talking to. I told her everything, and Mom let me sleep in the living room for a few nights while she got rid of my toy box. The toy box was the last thing Grandma gave me. Do you believe a loved one can visit you before passing on? It had been about 6 years that my wife and I had moved a good distance away from my family. I hadn't seen my maternal grandparents in those years when one late night I received a phone call from my mother saying my grandfather had died unexpectedly. After falling asleep a short time later, I had a dream that my grandfather was standing at the foot of my bed. He appeared noticeably younger and healthy, like I remembered from my childhood. He was bathed in light behind him. He smiled at me, but did not speak. I did not speak to him. I then awoke to find my closet door at the foot of my bed open, with the light on. I thought that was unusual because I normally can't sleep unless it was pitch black in my room. It was also strange to me that he would visit my home in a dream when he had never visited my home when he was alive or knew where it was exactly. I did, however, feel at peace after seeing him. I'd felt guilty that night after the phone call of his death that I had not seen him, that I had put off traveling to visit. It was almost like he had visited to give us both some closure. I've never experienced anything like that since. It was last month, I think the 10th of July. Me and my friends were in this kind of old, dank estate. It was an old building built in the 20th century. The owner of the house was a very influential man and also a judge. He died of a heart attack in one of the master bedrooms. The rent for the house was cheap, and we rented it for a week. After some Monopoly and other society games, we got bored and wandered around the house. one of our friends proposed that we watch a horror movie. We watched Evil Dead and Drag Me to Hell. After that, we got bored again. So, the next move was obviously to do something interesting, like a seance. We don't know how to do it, so we searched online, and we found something. After the seance, in which nothing happened, we went straight to the kitchen to eat some pizza. In the kitchen, above us, we heard some noises and some kind of footsteps. We went straight to one of the master bedrooms, but we didn't see anything, so we went back to the living room. We had to stay another day in the house before we left, so the next night we tried again to communicate with the departed. But again, nothing happened right then. The day that we had to leave, we saw a handprint on the TV screen. Also, one of our friends had lost his notebook and pen, while the other one, who slept in the bedroom where the footsteps were heard, had nightmares, and they couldn't rest all night, which was strange because he hadn't had any problem sleeping before sleeping in that room. But the strangest thing was when I turned around a bit to look at the house again, and I swear I saw something in one of the windows. Not an old man or something, but more like steam that somehow took the form of an entity, maybe a woman. It was a strange experience because almost everyone heard something, saw something, or experienced something. Everything was normal until we had that seance. This one always kind of reminded me of The Sixth Sense. My dad and I drove past a motorcycle wreck once. He can see things, I can't. As we drove by, the motorcycle rider was being loaded into the ambulance. My dad said, "It's too late. He's not there anymore." I asked him how he knew, and he said the rider was standing over his bike as his body was being carted away. This next one, this was my dad's first experience. At around 8 years old, he was staying in the house of his great-grandma, and he went upstairs to take a nap. She had died only a few months before. He woke up from his nap, only to see his great-grandma, much younger now, looking at him from the hall. When she noticed he had awakened, she placed her index finger on her lip and then left. He was on the second floor, and he swears up and down that he never touched a single stair going down that staircase. In 2012, when my sister was dying of cancer, I moved into her tiny apartment with her. It was basically 2 rooms. She had the bedroom, and I slept on a nasty old couch stained with cat urine. As the disease progressed and the chemotherapy made her sicker, I bought an electronic wireless doorbell and affixed the button to the rail of her bed. That way she could summon me with little effort if she needed something. She felt guilty about using it, but I convinced her that it was okay and to ring at any time she needed anything. It was a horrible time, but I was glad to be there with her. After she died, the medical supply rental company came and picked up the rented hospital bed. I had the doorbell sitting around on the credenza in a small room where I slept. One day, my sister's friend Mark was visiting. It was about a week after she had died, and Mark and I were both in kind of a fog of grief. I was chatting with Mark and happened to be looking at the doorbell. All of a sudden, I saw the red LED on the button light up, and the doorbell chimed. The LED above the button only lit up if someone pushed it. Mark and I stopped talking for a few seconds and looked at the doorbell. Neither of us commented on it then. Some months later, Mark brought it up. He said that it seemed a bit spooky to him. I agreed, but didn't really know what to say about it. I no longer believe in ghosts, but the doorbell never rang on its own again that I witnessed. I don't have any recollection of this. It involves me, but I was too young to remember. Before my family moved, we lived in a small town called Waterford, outside of Albany, New York. It was along the Mohawk River, and very close to where Mohawk and Hudson connect in the Erie Canal system. We lived in a small house at the time, around 15 years ago. My parents both had instances in the house where they would hear me as a 3-year-old having conversations by myself in my room. They'd be freaked out by this, obviously. And when they'd ask me who it was, I would always give them the same response. The runaround man. This also coincided with an experience that they had where the lights in the kitchen would shut on and off at will. When they had someone look at it, they would say that it was perfectly fine, but it never stopped. It even happened when someone was there looking at it, and they immediately left. Years later, my parents found out from some people who had lived in the town for many years that the house used to be occupied by a handyman in the 1920s and 30s. He was referred to around town as the runaround man. He lived there until a fire killed everyone in the house. My family moved from that house in the mid-2000s, and the house was torn down after massive flooding from Hurricane Sandy in 2012. This happened about 10 years ago, when my children were younger and my husband worked a permanent night shift. I'd put the kids to bed and been watching TV for a few hours when I decided it was time to hit the sack. I went and checked on the kids and went to the bathroom to brush my teeth and wash my face before bed. My bathroom was then pretty tiny. We've since moved houses, but the mirror above the sink reflected the door and the corner of the bathroom next to the door. I set about brushing my teeth and having a wash. I was finishing washing my face, and when I was toweling my face off, I looked in the mirror, and I saw a girl staring back at me. She looked to be in her teens, and she stood slouched in the corner of the bathroom, looking back at me in the mirror. She was making direct eye contact, and she wasn't smiling. Just nothing behind the eyes. No emotion. Nothing. She had long, scruffy, dirty-looking curly blonde hair, and she was wearing a long, plain, pale pink t-shirt. She had dark circles under her eyes, like she hadn't slept for a week. I spun around, and there was no one there. I looked back in the mirror, and there was nothing there. I was a bit freaked out. I ran quickly to check on my kids and decided to move them into my bed. Nothing else happened that night, and I never saw that girl again, although we did have other paranormal stuff happen during the time that we lived in that house. I was a disbeliever, but this creepy textbook changed my mind. A bit of background regarding myself. I'm a progressive Muslim living in Malaysia, a country stuck between being progressive and conservative when it comes to religious beliefs, and as a child, I always didn't care. So anyways, I was 10 at this time, and usually in my country's education system, we would receive textbooks that were loaned by the schools. These textbooks are often held by previous students of the same school, and when they're done with the textbook, another student would receive it. I received mine from a student who, by that time, had passed away. I didn't think much of it, and I used the textbook as usual. And by usual, that meant that as a 10-year-old kid, I would doodle on it, draw mustaches on random portraits of people. I did this in a religious education book. I drew satanic horns on a famous Islamic figure's portrait. What happened next scared and scarred me for life. It was just me alone in the classroom, after school hours, as I drew those horns and fangs on him. A gust of wind blew over, and the pages of the book were turned. I went back to the page where I was doodling, and I was shocked to see the page ripped out. It was missing. I closed the book and reopened it. To my surprise, it was there, and it was intact. It looked like it hadn't been touched, like brand new. Creeped out, I closed the book and reopened it again. And this time, as I turned the same page again, the portrait of that person was altered, to the point it looked like someone drew a demonic entity over it. It had the typical look of a demon. That's what I can say. I grabbed the book and I threw it into my locker. I locked my locker, and I never went back to my locker again. I went to an Islamic education teacher, and I told him that I would never do that again. The teacher did some work, and I guess he did an exorcism. And that's the end of it. Lessons I learned, not to vandalize random stuff. You could be fined and sent to detention, or worse, ending up with the biggest scare of your life. This story took place about 6 years ago. We just moved into a home a few doors down from my mother-in-law's place. She'd been diagnosed with cancer, so we moved closer to help her. My husband and I had one child at this time. He was around 2 or 3 when this happened. My son had always shared a room with us until we moved there. His room was on the far side of the house. We had a baby monitor in his room, just in case. About 2 weeks after we moved in, my husband left for work about 8 or 9 p.m., as he worked thirds then. Our son was asleep, and I stayed up watching TV for a little while. All seemed well as I lay in bed listening to the TV, hoping for some sleep. As I start to drift, I hear quick footsteps, like our son was running to our bedroom door. I sat up, expecting my son to open the door. I wait and wait, and the door never opens. I went and opened the door, expecting him to be standing there, but he wasn't. So I walk down the hallway, and I don't see him anywhere. I go to the kitchen to get a drink of water before I try to go to sleep again, thinking this was a sleepyhead playing tricks on me, as the house was so silent. I knew my son wasn't awake. I take a drink of water and something catches my eye. In the darkness in the opposite hallway across from me, I see a little silhouette. I feel a rush and my legs get weak. I call my son's name and I ask if he's okay. He stands there, perfectly still and silent. As I round the counter to go to him, he says, "Mommy, the little girl won't stop playing and keeps waking me up." My heart skips a beat, and I grab him up and I take him to my room. Needless to say, he slept with Mommy for a few nights after that. I haven't thought about this in years, but another story jogged my memory. When I was a kid, I was absolutely, blindingly terrified of going into my bedroom and the hallway. Like so scared I would literally be paralyzed. If my parents would tell me to change the thermostat, I would do it, because I didn't want to get a spanking, but I'd have to crawl out of the hallway because I'd melt with fear. I used to hear voices and see shadows of people. I'm an only child, so it wasn't siblings or anyone else living in the house. One day, I went to the garage to get a screwdriver. The garage was closed, but there was a shadow of an extraordinarily tall man in the center of the garage. The light was on, but where the person should have been standing, it was dim, and all I could see was a shadow. I screamed and ran inside. After that, I was even more terrified of my house. I never wanted to be left alone. I eventually was shamed by my family, friends, for my fear. I went into my room to cry because they were making fun of me. I was like 9. At that moment, I felt the shadows and voices, but they didn't scare me. They made me feel warm and unafraid. I was never afraid again. This happened many years ago, as I was house shopping and recommended by my real estate agent to look at this new listing. The house was maybe 30 years old, ranch style, emptied, clean, and in reasonably good shape, although dated in appearance. So we're walking around, checking the bedrooms, and talking about the price and condition. But I have an odd feeling of being watched by someone, especially in the bedrooms, as if someone is standing close to my face. I usually don't have those vibes. We continue into the living room and kitchen area, and the feeling continues, but more like being watched from a distance. I finally said to the agent, "I feel like someone's watching us in here. Been feeling it since we walked in." "Oh, really? As he looked around nervously. I paused for a few seconds to check my feelings. "Did someone die in here? I can feel them. There's more than one." My Hispanic real estate agent now turned white as a ghost. "Yeah. How did you know?" "It was an elderly couple in a murder-suicide." "It's them. The man was in the bedroom, and the wife is watching us from the living room. I think it's best if we leave them in peace." Never had that feeling before or since. This happened around February, March of 2021. My friend, a 19-year-old female, was at home getting ready to take an exam for one of her classes. With COVID still going on, our college had a lot of online classes. Her mom was headed to work, so she would be by herself for a few hours. As my friend was studying, she got a call from her mom, telling her to make sure the doors and windows were locked because she saw a police helicopter fly over the house and was worried. My friend quickly locked all the doors and windows and continued to study. The door at her house has one of those glass windows that are blurry and hard to see through. About 10 minutes had gone by when she heard a knock and saw the figure of a man at the door. He was knocking rapidly on the door for about 5 minutes and started walking around the outside of the house. My friend called me, freaking out. My dad is a police officer for the city that she lives in, so I had her call him and tell him about the situation. He told her to call the police and that he would try to find out what was going on with the helicopter. The police got to her house very quickly and searched around the house. The man was gone. They asked her some questions before searching the neighborhood. As far as we know, they didn't find the man, but we found out that the police were looking for a man on the run, and that is what the helicopter was doing. My friend and I are almost positive that the man they were looking for was the one at her door. I'm not sure why they were looking for him or what he did, but I don't think I want to know. To this day, I still don't know if what I saw was just my eyes playing tricks on me. But here we go. When I was like 10 or so, I would usually stay up late watching cartoons in the living room. I would stop maybe around 5 or 6 in the morning. This was a regular thing. But then, weird things started happening. Now, the way the house was built made it so that you could see my parents' bedroom from the living room couch. And I'd usually be laying down on that couch. One day, I started seeing this weird figure in front of the room's wardrobe. It was really vague, but I could see some of its features. It looked like it was wearing this long white dress. It had long hair covering its face. And that face, it looked so weird. The only way I could describe it is that it looked like the faces you'd carve on pumpkins. Only the eyes and mouth were much bigger and hollow. It would usually look at the room's bed, but if I stared at it for too long, it would turn to me and reveal its face. So, to avoid this, I would just ignore it and turn away. Very strange. There was a time when I was 10 years old. I walked up to my mother, and I told her I feel more connected to Satan than I do to God. Now, I don't remember saying this at all, because even at 10, I knew that Satan was the bad guy. I knew not to mess with him. At the time, my mother thought it was because of the paranormal movies I'd been watching, and that I'd gotten the idea from those. She told me I wasn't allowed to watch those kinds of movies anymore, and I got visibly upset. When I turned 14, I went to my mate's house. She wanted to watch a paranormal movie that had finally come out on DVD. When she put it on, I didn't look at the case before she played it. The movie was The Conjuring. I'd heard a lot of stuff about it, that it was the scariest movie out there at the time, so I was a bit scared to watch it. As the movie was playing, we stopped it because I 100% thought I heard someone upstairs. I didn't hear it again, so I brushed it off, thinking maybe it was her brother. Halfway through the movie, the noise persisted. I looked at her and I said, "Your brother is very noisy." She looked at me with a scared look. She told me that we were the only ones home. We paused the movie and thought we should investigate. We started walking up the stairs, and it sounded like there was someone running in her dad's study. She was too scared to open it, so I did. As I opened the door, I saw a black figure run past the door. I ran down the stairs and out the door. This was the first time my demon had ever shown itself to me in any way. When I saw it, I had a big dark feeling consume me. A feeling that if I didn't get out of that house, I was going to be hurt. I messaged my mom to come pick me up. She didn't ask any questions. She just came and took me home. When I went to bed that night, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. Then I looked over at my door, and when I tell you I felt happy, I really felt happy. I saw my little brother who had passed. Then I saw my pop. He had big, beautiful white wings with a gorgeous white glow around him. At that moment, I thought my pop, who was buried in our garden, was an angel in heaven. I felt that my demon was also there, but my pop was standing guard so that it couldn't get in. It felt like he had a protective shield out, just around my room. All of my stress and worries were gone for the night, and I got the best sleep I'd ever gotten, at least in a long time. I woke up and I thought that he had left completely, and I got scared that my demon was coming for me now. But as soon as I felt scared and unsafe, my pop wrapped his wings around me to let me know he was still there. This was in 2014, and it's now 2021. On the 12th of May, he showed himself again because I needed him. And sometimes I still feel him, like when I've gotten myself into shit with a bad spirit or demon, which tends to happen a lot. Back in 2014, when I was a teenager, I was still living in my small town in Europe, Bulgaria. Me and my childhood friends, 2 boys and 1 girl, would sometimes take walks along a highway, one which wasn't used very frequently. Most of the time, we would see a few trucks pass by, but it wasn't full of traffic, and it was very close to where I lived, so it was just something we'd often do. On the left side of it, there were houses. On the right side, there was a huge empty field with some hills here and there, but most of the land was empty, full of grass. On the right side where the field was, there was an old abandoned canal, which hadn't been used since the early 90s. It was full of trash and sticks, and it was also used to dispose of bones of farm animals such as goats and sheep. There weren't so many, and yeah, it's creepy, but we knew they were from animals. We visited before in the daytime. Nothing impressive, really. Just an empty hole. One ordinary night, we decided to go on another walk along the highway. We went to the end once and then came back. We got bored since we were always doing the same thing. Someone had the idea to go along the small dirt road, which is alongside the abandoned canal, and we did, without giving it much thought. Now, have in mind that on the highway, there are streetlights, but on the small dirt road alongside this canal, there's no light coming from anywhere. It was a full moon as far as I remember, since it wasn't pitch black, and we could see where we were going without using our phones. Anyways, we were walking, joking, laughing, just having a really good time. One of the boys went ahead of us, since he was walking faster. Me and the other boy and the other girl were behind him, walking a bit slower. At the middle of the dirt road, the 3 of us decide to go back to the well-lit area on the highway. And we called to the other guy to come back as well. A few minutes passed and the boy was ahead. He was almost at the end of the dirt road when he started running towards us, screaming. So instinctively, we all turned around to see what's going on, and we just froze. We saw him running very fast towards us, and there was something behind him, following him. Everyone managed to brush it off and run toward the highway, except for me. I stood there for a few more seconds, trying to figure out what we were witnessing. It's very hard to describe. It was a figure that somehow was shining bright, white light, moving up and down, coming towards us. When I realized I couldn't figure out what I was seeing, I turned my back towards it, and I ran so fast that I passed the others, even though they had started running before me. We didn't stop until we reached the streetlights, and when we did, we turned around. There was nothing behind us anymore. We were terrified at first, but then we just dropped the subject and never spoke of it again. None of us shared this with anybody outside of our childhood group, since we thought people would start rumors that we're taking drugs, etc. It was a very small town. A couple of years went by. We grew up and everyone started moving out to the bigger cities in the area. So at one point, I was the only person from our childhood group left in our hometown, since I was the youngest of us 4. In 2017, I was hanging outside in my hometown with some friends. A completely different group of people who were never friends with my old group of friends. We started talking about random stuff, and then it got dark outside, and one of the guys suggested that we should share spooky stories. Then he started talking, and he shared how recently he and 3 other boys were hanging out during the night alongside the dirt road next to the abandoned canal. At this point, I was all ears. He then proceeded to describe how exactly the same thing happened to them, how they were just hanging out there, and then some weird figure, a shining, bright white thing, came towards them. They got scared and ran away, and then when they looked back, the figure had disappeared. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. My jaw dropped to the ground. Then I shared that a couple of years back, me and 3 other friends experienced the exact same thing, in the very same place. I asked him if these other people had talked to him about it, and if this was some kind of joke, but it wasn't. The story doesn't exactly end here. I went home that night, still stunned, and I barely slept. I kept remembering what happened years ago, and I was trying to figure things out, but I thought of nothing that made sense. What we experienced was just unexplainable. So the next day, I decided to share everything with my parents, and I honestly thought that they might just brush it off, say that we were just too scared and imagined something. But to my surprise, they were both just staring at me, horrified. I asked them why they weren't saying anything and why they were just staring at me. Then they told me how, back in the early 90s, when they were teenagers themselves, 2 kids went missing. A 7-year-old girl and a 3-year-old boy. Before they went missing, these kids lived right next door to our apartment, in the house that was facing our balcony. Since it's a small town, everyone thought that the kids would be found soon. But 5 years passed by, and there was no sign of them. Nobody had heard anything. There were no suspects in the kidnapping or any leads as to what happened to them. Then, in the 5th year of their disappearance, their remains were found in the abandoned canal, and by the evidence found there, it was concluded that they had been murdered, but the killer was never found. My parents said this event really shook the community back then, and a lot of people avoided going near the canal since it happened. The curious teens were occasionally visiting it and sharing stories of how they'd seen something unexplainable. However, nobody believed them. To this day, when I visit my hometown and pass by the canal, I feel so uneasy. And I don't even think about going alongside the dirt road, not after knowing what really happened there. When I was 16, my best friend died, Julia. She was an absolutely fantastic human being, and even to this day, it pains me that I won't ever see her again, at least not until I'm on my way out of this place, the land of the living. When I was 20, I got pregnant with my first child, my daughter. For some reason, I constantly had dreams about Julia. Most people had pregnancy dreams, like about being pregnant, but I had dreams about her almost every night. It was truly heartbreaking to wake up sometimes and realize it was all a dream. Later in my pregnancy, closer to my delivery date, I had a dream about Julia. This dream was a little different. I was watching her sit by my bedside, and I was watching me lay there in my bed, asleep. I walked closer, and I could hear Julia saying something, but I couldn't quite make it out, so I got even closer to her. I remember it seemed to take me forever to get to her. Once I did, she wasn't looking at me. Well, she was looking at the sleeping me, but not the one that was awake in front of her. Just remember, you shouldn't go. Don't let Danny go either. It's going to seem like a really good idea, but you can't go. Just remember, you shouldn't go. I watched her the whole time she spoke. She was speaking with such seriousness. The lightheartedness I'd once felt from my dreams was sort of gone, and then I was awake. But I could still faintly hear, "Don't let Danny go either. It's going to seem like a really good idea." And then it was just the silence of the morning. Danny is my husband. The whole morning I couldn't really shake my dream, but I knew people had strange pregnancy dreams all the time. I just figured that this was my weird dream, since all of my dreams were about Julia anyways. New thoughts and pregnancy brain took over for the rest of the day. That night, I had the worst insomnia. It happened on occasion, but on this night, I couldn't bear it. It was almost midnight, with zero luck, and my husband looked over at me and said, "Oh, babe, we could catch the premiere of The Dark Knight Rises." I immediately thought, oh, that's a really good idea. Movies help me sleep, and if not, at least I'd be entertained. But it was that feeling, the feeling that this was a really good idea. It triggered something, my dream, and what Julia had said. Instead of agreeing that it was a good idea, I said I didn't think we should go out tonight, that I should probably just try to get some sleep. We turned on some meditation music and essentially counted sheep until I was out. I woke up the next morning, July 21st, 2012, and was completely sickened by the news being reported in our town. It had made national headlines by this time, and I woke my husband up, bawling. I just couldn't believe what I was seeing. I tried to tell him what was wrong, but instead, I just went into my dream about Julia, what she had been saying, and how I knew what she meant now. And oh my God, how awful. He was trying to console me while also trying to turn on the bedroom TV. "Oh my God," I heard him say, and he hugged me tighter and tighter while repeating the phrase, "Oh my God. Oh my God." We lived in Aurora, Colorado. We lived in the community directly impacted by the shootings that took place that night at the premiere. It was a heartbreaking ordeal, to say the least. Truly terrible for so many families. Unnecessary violence destroys a lot. People tell me I was touched by an angel. And I'll tell you what, I don't know about heaven and all of that, but I believe we take care of the ones we love when we pass on. Sometimes silently from the sidelines. But on those rare occasions, you might really get through, and you might truly change the course of an entire family's life. I'm so grateful to my forever friend, Julia. It only seemed fitting to name our daughter after the woman that saved our lives. I'll start by saying that there are some details I never thought to clarify with my uncle and his friends, like where exactly we were driving, the specific mile marker where this happened. I know that it was down Interstate 191 once we crossed over to Highway 287, heading from Missoula towards Yellowstone. But I don't recall the exact spot, and we didn't take the same route home, but on the way there, we all heard it. It was late summer 1999, and it was my first time going on this trip. I was finally old enough to join my uncle, and, well, my dad would be there too, but he was at home remodeling the house. They did a trip like this every year, camping, fishing. So this year it was just me, my uncle, about 4 of his friends, and a shit ton of gear. My uncle and I were in his truck, following the 4 who were leading the way in another car. My uncle always drove really fast, but it didn't usually bother me. But I recall these roads feeling extra scary. Lots of winding and curves. I never said I was scared, but I did focus on the mountainside versus the road. My uncle was telling me a story about the last time they went camping, how they'd caught so many fish, but At one point, they'd lost about half of them to a surprise bear visit. I laughed, recalling my dad's reaction. Then we were both laughing when suddenly we hear laughter that doesn't belong to us. And they said, "Whoa, going a little fast, aren't we?" As soon as we heard it, my uncle looks forward and starts to slow down suddenly. I look forward and I can see that the car in front of us is slamming on their brakes and pulling off to the side. My uncle follows, and now both cars are on the shoulder. I watch as the driver gets out of the other car, and my uncle unbuckles to follow, telling me to stay in the car and not to get out under any circumstances, that it's too dangerous. He walks over to the other car, and now all of the men get out, and they're talking on the passenger side of their car. I can't hear what they're saying, but I can see they're making a lot of hand motion. I look around the truck's interior for a minute, thinking maybe a radio or something was turned on. But as I stare into the relatively empty cab of the truck, I realize that there's just no way. All the gear was packed tightly in the bed of the truck, which was not easily accessible from the inside. And this voice absolutely came from inside the truck. My uncle starts to make his way back to the truck as the other guys get back into their car. He doesn't look mad or scared. I couldn't really figure out what he looked like. He says to me, "Well, that was absolutely insane." I don't really ask what. I just wait for him to finish telling me what's up. The guys heard that too. They heard the lady voice in their car. And again, I didn't really say anything. And neither did he. As we pulled back onto the road, I noticed just up ahead there was a pretty sharp turn, one that almost snuck up on us. "Huh," I heard my uncle say. "There should probably be a sign there." "Oh, whoa, it's been knocked down." I leaned and I tried to see the sign, but I was too short. The rest of the drive was uneventful. But I remember talking to my uncle for a little, asking what he thought that was, but he didn't elaborate much, saying that it could have been a radio that spiked. But when I said the radio wasn't on, he was just sort of quiet. I know we didn't spend a lot of time talking about the incident on our trip. There was only one conversation where one of my uncle's friends had said something like, "Pretty sure that was an angel or something. Did you guys see the sign?" They all agreed that they had been driving fast and not paying much attention to the road or the potential turn. I'm not sure what happened that day, but I know that if it was a ghost or something like that, they prove they aren't something to be feared, at least in my eyes. Where I'm from, there's railroad tracks that separate the reservation from the surrounding cities. And it's a pretty popular railroad. Trains roll through on a super regular basis, and there's a lot of emphasis to stay off the tracks and anything surrounding the tracks. But naturally, people don't listen. And my family's house sits right above those tracks. So I've had my fair share of close calls. Well, when I was 19, it was my first year living away from home, but that summer I decided to go home for a visit. While there, I heard from everyone that there was an accident on the tracks. It took place a few weeks earlier. A few kids, young teens really, were playing the game of waiting until the last minute to jump off the tracks. One of those few didn't make it on time, and he was killed. My mom told me that when the accident happened, she could actually hear the group of kids screaming. She wasn't the first to call 911, just one of many. When someone dies on the tracks or there's an accident on the tracks, they actually have to reroute several trains and close down the tracks for an inexplicable amount of time. My mom tells me that when she was standing on our deck late after the accident, she heard the train. She was confused because the tracks weren't open yet. So she tried to stare in either direction of the tracks to see where it was coming from. She didn't see any lights. She saw no train. But as she stood there a moment, she said she saw something glowing down below on the tracks. She tells me that as she focused on the light, she realized it was the silhouette of a boy. I asked her if it looked like the boy who'd been killed. She told me that she didn't know what the boy looked like, but that she was sure it was a young man. I didn't question this. It may seem strange to some, but my mom's seen spirits my whole life. She's always telling me not to be afraid of spirits. And for the most part, I've always felt that way. Not afraid. But seeing something. Actually seeing something. I wasn't scared per se. I was frozen. On the second night that I was home, I decided to take a walk along the tracks. Not on them, but on the man-made path that runs along the side where our houses sit. My plan was to smoke a joint, but I didn't get that far. As soon as I made it to the path where I could physically see the tracks, before I could light the joint, I saw a flash of light to my right, on the tracks. Then I just remember standing there, frozen, staring at the glowing silhouette of a young man. I didn't move, but he did. His head was moving from side to side. His mouth was moving, but I didn't hear anything, and I didn't get closer. Right when I felt like I could move, I did. I turned around and I started to run back up the hill. Midway, I stopped because I started to feel guilty. Like a genuine pit in my stomach, not grounded in fear, but guilt. I turned around and I could still see the light. I walked back down the hill and I walked towards the boy's silhouette. He faces me and I can see that his eyes meet mine. I don't see the detail or the color in his eyes, but I can feel that we're making eye contact. Something told me to close my eyes. The moment I did, I saw a name appear in my mind's eye. Riley. And as I said it out loud, I could see the light go away. My eyes were closed at the time, but I could see the change in light. So I opened them. I was now alone. I looked around for the light, but it wasn't there. I said aloud again, Riley? But there was nothing. I found a tree trunk that was laying horizontally, and I sat there for a while, waiting for him to come back. It didn't happen, so I eventually went back inside and fell asleep. That night I had a dream that I was sitting on the same tree trunk, but Riley was sitting next to me. We were smoking that joint, and he told me he wasn't even supposed to go to the tracks that day. He had plans with his dad who had to cancel last minute. I remember trying to comfort him and also saying, "So this shouldn't have happened to you?" He looked at me and he smiled and he said, "No, it should. I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be." And then I woke up. Just to be sure I was truly dreaming, I checked the joint, and sure enough, it was still a full joint. But what about the rest? That definitely happened. My shoes still had mud on them. Over breakfast, I asked my mom, "So you don't know what the kid looked like, right? The one that died on the tracks. But do you know his name?" She tells me that again, she didn't know the boy, but that the family had put a memorial on the side of the tracks, down a ways where he was actually hit. She told me that her and my father went to lay some roses from their garden, and she said that the cross had a name carved in. Riley. This happened several years ago when my family first moved to Oregon. I was 13 at the time, so too young to really do any work and not enough chores to give me the money I needed for video games. That's when I decided to canvass the neighborhood, see if anybody needed yard work, gardening, stuff like that. And that's when I met Lorna. Lorna was an old woman who lived across the street. She was really old and really nice. She had a sweet garden, but couldn't really take care of it herself, so I was the perfect friend for her. The routine was always the same. I'd get home from school, she'd be sitting on her porch, and I would water her flowers. On the weekends, I'd mow her lawn. I remember it was just a normal Saturday, and I had to go to Lorna's house to do her lawn. I went over there and I knocked on the door. Nobody answered. Sometimes she was in the backyard, so I decided to go there, and I saw her gardening in the back. It was just her side profile, but either way, I was sort of surprised. I'd never seen her actually gardening or getting down low like that. I didn't think she could. "Hey, Lorna, don't get carried away there or you won't need me anymore," I said jokingly, but she didn't say anything. I thought maybe she couldn't hear me, so I got closer. As I did, she turned her head to look at me. It was Lorna, but she just looked different. She wasn't smiling. She didn't look happy. Her eyes, they just sort of looked empty. For an unexplained reason, I just felt uncomfortable. So I asked her if she needed my help. She just shook her head no, turned away from me, and kept gardening. Confused, I just sort of walked home. But as I got to the sidewalk to cross the street, I heard a familiar voice. It was Lorna. She was sitting on her porch. I noticed that she wasn't wearing whatever she was just wearing before. So I asked her, "Did you change your clothes?" I remember her saying something like that was a silly question. Why would I ask that? I told her, I said, "I just saw you in the backyard." She looked really confused. I told her, "I saw someone that looked like you in the backyard." This did not help her confusion. "You don't have, like, another gardener or something, do you?" I was asking this seriously, but she laughed, telling me of course not, that I'm the only gardener that she'd ever hire. And then she asked if I was going to mow the lawn. I was super confused. Hadn't we just had this discussion? What was going on? I truly had no idea, but I just agreed, "Yeah, I'll mow your lawn." And so I did. I know it's not exactly paranormal, but it's always stuck with me as the strangest thing I've ever experienced. And it just feels like there's something more there. Something I'm missing. I don't know. What do you think? My grandma died in 2013, and I moved into her house due to inheritance. In the back of the house are French doors that lead to the porch, which my grandma would sit on every day. The handles and locks are very loud when they're turned, and every once in a while, I'll hear the familiar sound of the door being unlocked, the handle being turned. And I'll go to the doors and see that one is open without fail. I close them so as not to let hot or cold air in, depending on the season. And minutes later, sometimes it'll happen again. At first, it scared me. But now, it makes me happy to know that she's still with me.